This meeting is now called to order. Staff, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Raspy.
Here.
Commissioner Janoff.
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett.
Here.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Here.
Chair Hansen.
Here as well. And I will leave it with you, Ms. Armour, to address the rules of decorum and civility for our town public meetings.
The public is welcome to participate in the meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meeting is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the agenda. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at board, commission, or committee meetings. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at board, commission, or committee meetings. All public comments at the board, commission, or committee meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the chair may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the commissioners exiting the chamber or meeting room. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the commissioners would return to the chamber or meeting room and the chair would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a board, commission, or committee meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code, Section 403.
Thank you very much for that. And so we will go on to the next item on the agenda, which is verbal communications. As the Planning Commission conducts this meeting on behalf of the Town Council and the residents of Los Gatos, we strongly encourage active participation in our public meetings. And that participation can occur in a couple of different forms. First is written communications. Written communications received through staff are always welcome and helpful to this commission. And then there are two ways to participate in verbal communications. The first is at this stage of the meeting, where we encourage public comments on items that are not on the agenda. And then during the hearings of specific items on the agenda, we do also include public comments on those items. And those will occur as those items are proceeded to during the meeting. So at this point, this is the time for verbal communications in the form of items that may not be on the agenda. And if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda, we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And you may state your name and address for the record. However, if it is your wish, you may also choose to speak anonymously. So I'd like to ask if anyone would like to speak now on items that are not on the agenda.
If you wish to speak during verbal communications on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand now. I'm not seeing any hands raised, Chair.
Okay. So we will go ahead and go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. Any member of the public or the commission is able to pull items from the consent calendar for consideration as a regular agenda item during this meeting. The only item we have on the consent calendar this evening is the minutes from our last planning commission meeting, which was held on December 14th, 2022. Does any member of the public or any member of this commission wish to pull the minutes for discussion during the regular meeting? If so, raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone. And before I ask for a motion, I do want to see if there's any suggested corrections to the meeting minutes so we can consider that in a motion. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? Commissioner Clark.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you for that. And can I get a second? Commissioner Thomas.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. I was having trouble seeing anyone raise their hand. Thank you. Okay, so if there are no comments on the minutes, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote, which we will on any item that we need to take an action on. And I will take a roll call vote, and please answer yes, no, or abstain. And I will start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Barnett.
There we go. Yes.
I'm going to have to get used to that. And I vote yes as well. So the consent calendar passes unanimously, and we can go on to the next item on the agenda, which is our first public hearing. And that is a continuation from our meeting of November 21st. And it is requesting approval for construction of a shared driveway, 2 new single-family residences to exceed the maximum height for visible homes in the hillsides, and site work requiring a grading permit on vacant property zoned HR 2.5, located at 400 Surmont Drive, APN 527-20-003, architecture and site applications S-21-004 and S-21-023. Property owner is Sandra K. Anderson. Applicant is Studio 3 Design, and our project planner is Ryan Safdie. And before I ask for the staff report, although we did consider this item before, I will ask for a show of hands for commissioners that have been able to visit the site either then or since we had the first hearing. Okay, and are there any disclosures from commissioners? Okay, I don't see any. So then, Mr. Safdie, we would be glad to hear the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. It is a continuation from the November 21st hearing for a proposal to construct a new shared driveway and 2 new single-family residences on 2 vacant hillside zone properties, as well as site work requiring a grading permit. As a reminder, there are 2 Arkansas applications associated with this project, one for the new shared driveway and residence on parcel 1, and one for the new residence on parcel 2. Both of these applications require a grading permit. Both residences would be single-story with attached garages and located within the least restrictive development area of each parcel. The proposed applications would comply with the objective standards of town code, but exceptions to the hillside development standards and guidelines are requested, including maximum allowed height of visible homes in the hillsides, maximum height of the lowest finished floor of the residences above existing grade, maximum cut for the rear yard areas adjacent to each proposed residence, maximum cut and fill associated with the driveway and fire turnarounds, and maximum retaining wall height for parcel 2. At the November 21st hearing, the Planning Commission considered the application and provided direction to the applicant to reduce the height of the residences, incorporate additional landscaping and tree screening to the east of the proposed footprints, and to conduct additional neighborhood outreach. The applicant has resubmitted plans and application materials in response to the commissioner's direction. The applicant revised the project plans to reduce the height of both proposed residences by several feet, added a landscaping and tree screening behind each proposed residence, and submitted evidence of additional neighborhood outreach. A summary of each of these design changes are provided in Exhibit 21 The updated plans for each parcel are in Exhibit 23 and 24. As stated in the staff report, both homes were reduced by roughly 2 to 3 feet, respectively, with parcel 1 residence proposed at approximately 21.5 feet and parcel 2 residence at 22 feet. However, this morning, the applicant provided staff with the existing elevation lines on the proposed building section drawings, which allowed staff to verify the maximum proposed heights along each building section, which are shown in Exhibits 28 and 29 of today's desk item report. Based on this additional information, the maximum proposed height as shown on the section drawings for parcel 1 is 19.8 feet, and parcel 2 is 19.2 feet. Both homes would still require an exception to the 18-foot maximum height for visible homes in the hillsides. Shortly after the last hearing, the applicant installed updated story poles with blue netting to show the updated massing with reduced heights for comparison to the heights reviewed at the November 21st hearing. These story poles were damaged by the recent storms, and the applicant was unable to correct them before tonight. Public comment was received following publication of the staff report and were provided yesterday as an addendum report and today as a desk item report. In addition to public comment and updated section drawings provided in today's desk item report, the applicant provided a response to public comments and an exhibit showing areas of each roof that would exceed the 18-foot height limit. If the commission determines that the revised project meets the direction provided at the November 21st hearing and finds merit with the proposed project, the commission can take the actions listed in the staff report to approve the applications. Alternatively, the commission can continue the matter to a date certain with specific direction, approve the applications with additional or modified conditions, or deny the applications. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your staff report, Mr. Safdie. And do any commissioners have questions? And it looks like we have a few. Commissioner Janoff first, and then Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. Question for staff. The desk item today showed an interesting illustration where the lot lines were different from the lot lines that we have in the proposal before us. Are the lot lines in the desk item, which were conveyed by the developer to the neighborhood, are those out of consideration because the lot lines have been certified, the proposed lot lines have been certified? Or can you just comment about the difference in the lot lines from the desk item and what we have in the proposed project?
Thank you for the question. I can try to answer that question. There are a few different lot line iterations provided in that desk item. One of them, which is in plan view, actually drawn out plans, that was provided as a part of the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee application. And that's when they came forward with a couple different proposals for how to access the site. So that was the second one, where it's drawn on top of an aerial, that is pretty consistent with what we're seeing today.
So I'm referring to the side-by-side east-west orientation of the two lots that have the red, I'm not sure, they had circles where the proposed houses would be versus the north-south longer parcels. I guess my basic question is, are the lot lines established or can they be changed, or have they already been certified the way that the proposed project is showing them?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, so we are looking at the same plan set. The subdivision application was approved. The parcel map, though, has not been recorded. So if they were to modify the lot lines, it would involve, I'm assuming, a new subdivision application or possibly an amendment to the previous one. But the parcel map itself, unless the applicant wants to confirm when they're presenting, has not been recorded.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Commissioner Janoff. Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in our staff report, and you mentioned in your report, Ryan, that the story poles, the newly erected story poles, were knocked down in the storm and haven't had a chance to be established. And as a result, if we found it necessary, we could continue the hearing. I guess my question is, has any member of the public indicated that they didn't get a chance to see the updated story poles and would like the new story poles installed? Have we received any communications from the public to that effect?
Thank you for that question. Nothing came in on the written public comments, and there were no phone calls that I received related to that.
Great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And we may see during the public comments section as well, Commissioner Resby, if there's anyone that wanted to speak on that item, then hopefully they would come forth at that time. Anyone else have questions for staff? I have a couple questions for staff. One is I was the person from the commission that suggested that the applicant reach out to some additional neighbors. Because we did have some neighbors, I believe it was from West Hill Drive that spoke, who hadn't been contacted, and they have clear view of the property in question, so had some concerns. So what I was wondering is, there was an exhibit where the email that went and the attachments that went out were shown on a sheet of paper, but it didn't include the distribution list. So does staff have access to that distribution list, who it went to, and what the reach of it was?
Thank you for that question. I do apologize that was not included in the staff report that went out. If you give me a minute or two, I can definitely find that list.
Well, in particular, I was thinking of the people that were on West Hill that hadn't previously been contacted, because there was a couple of neighbors that are very close by that had spoken extensively at the meeting and sent in written comments. And I know for privacy's sake, we can't always disclose names of people in attachments that go out to the public, but.
Okay, thank you for your patience. And the question was specifically West Hill Drive, correct?
I mean, I was interested in the scope of who they sent it to, but I can also ask the applicant as well. But I remember those people from West Hill had spoken at the meeting and didn't seem to have previously seen the plans. So.
Yeah, so I can tell you that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 properties on West Hill were notified within that distribution list.
Okay, very good. That's very helpful. And then I have a second question for you, which is, you did give some clarifying information about the actual height since the applicant made the revisions. However, there was in the staff report a document from the applicant where they declared that one of the properties was within the 18 feet entirely. And I just want to clarify with staff that even though the numbers might have changed from the staff report, what I heard you say, based on the information that was submitted by the applicant in the desk item, that they're still over the 18 height limit on both properties.
That is correct.
And that height limit exists for the benefit of people that might not be aware. The 18-foot limit is because when properties are in the hillsides, they are more than 24.9% visible. And so they have to make sure that the height is under 18 feet. Or no more than 18 feet. Yeah.
If properties are visible or more than 24.5% visible from our established viewing areas, yes, they are limited to 18 feet per the hillside design guidelines. Any exception to that requires planning commission approval. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to make sure people were clear on what we were looking at. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, hi. First, I have to apologize. I have 4 PG&E trucks out, and when I disappeared, the PG&E man was at my door, and I had to verify that. Anyway, it's been working on, so I apologize for that interruption on my part. Second of all, I don't know if I have to talk about it, but I did call Mr. Schulte today with questions regarding the project. So I don't know if I have to, and he answered them fully. And I don't know if I have to talk about that or just to say that I did.
You don't have to disclose. Okay. You don't have to disclose anything. It's perfectly fine to ask questions of staff, and it's not within the Brown Act. And our town attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, as long as you're talking to staff. When you talk to a member of the public or you talk to other members of the commission, then then you might have a Brown Act issue. And if you talk to anyone related to the applicant or the application, you have to disclose that.
Thank you. I just
Okay.
learned, so thanks very much.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions for staff? Vice Chair Barnett?
Yes, I wonder if staff could advise whether the proposed reduced height of the residences would result in them being not visible from the viewing point on the Gatos, Almaden and Celinda.
Thank you for the question. So unfortunately with this site, there's really no trees. The homes would be visible regardless of how tall they are.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? You will have another opportunity to ask questions of staff when we conclude the hearing. So we will go ahead and move on to the applicant and give the applicant up to 5 minutes to address the commission.
And through the chair, last time, because this was two applications that are being presented on at the same time, 10 minutes was provided to the applicant. I'd like to clarify whether we would be permitting that this evening as well.
I think it's fine to do up to 10 minutes, although I would hope that it wouldn't be necessary because we don't have to go over the entire application again. But nonetheless,
Okay.
10 minutes are granted.
Okay, thank you. Then if the applicant, anyone from the applicant's team who wishes to speak, could please raise your hand. All right. You should now be able to speak, and I will start sharing screen. You should be able to unmute.
Jennifer, I believe I'm unmuted.
You are. You should be able to start.
Okay, can we get a full screen on the presentation, please? Good evening, commissioners. My name is Bess Worsma, Studio 3 Design. I know several of you from planning commissions in the past or HPCs in the past, and welcome Commissioner Susan to Planning Commission. I wanted to briefly just go through and remind everyone some of the overall hillside analysis. I do want to bring everyone's attention to exactly what Ryan said. Pretty much no matter what appears on this hillside is going to be visible, as it is untreed compared to the ridgeline and rolling hill behind, as you see in the image. This is actually designated as a level 1 for lowest sensitivity in hillside. Next page, please. Following hillside design guidelines, we have worked our design guidelines to check the do this and not that. For instance, winding or shared driveways, building is parallel to the contours, and stepping the building foundation with the natural slope, even detaching the garage just like this very image. Next slide, please. This area is showing our LRDA. I know you're all familiar with that, so I just wanted to remind everyone where the driveways are, the shared driveway and our LRDA. Next slide. I'll just skip through all these grading ones that came up as we didn't receive comment, and I think by the time we finished Planning Commission in November, it was somewhat agreed upon that no recommendations were needed to modify several of the grading issues. So if we could skip from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9. And on 10, probably part of the most significant thing that was happening is if we were required to strictly adhere to a lot of the grading components, we would not comply with fire for driveway turnarounds, nor would we be able to provide more extensive landscaping, shielding these driveways and cuts along the hillside. Page 11, please. We took great care to listen and rewatch Planning Commission, and we made some significant changes. I know in the letter dated December 19th, we felt that we were not going to be asking for an exception for parcel 1. The reason is, as you can see on these diagrams, the purple line, Jennifer, maybe you can point to that, that's at the bottom, shows natural grade. The red line shows the 18-foot offset. And then the higher blue line is the overall 25-foot offset. It's really irrelevant for both of these projects. What you're seeing here is a diagram of the proposed home. The blue shaded areas are the areas where we have brought down, and those correspond also with the story poles, both plate height, overall ridge heights, as well as roof pitches, even suppressing some of our plate heights all the way down to only 7.5 feet from an architectural perspective. 8 foot would be considered a minimum standard in the building industry. On the lower long broad elevation, you can also see the blue hatched area and then the blue outlines where plates and eaves have been dropped and pulled down, anywhere from 1.5 to almost 3 feet. Slide 12, please. This shows the same thing, looking at all the other elevations as we stack around, a pretty significant reduction overall. And then you can also see how we're under that 18-foot line across the board, no matter what elevation we're looking at. And this is part of why the past several days, Ryan and my team have been working, and you have the desk item with reduced heights. And that has to do with the fact that for the 16 years that I have been involved, there is inconsistency in how buildings are measured. But what we wanted to show you is from grade, again, the purple line, to the red line, no matter what you're seeing, regardless of building pad or cut, we are at or under the 18-foot line. If you go to the next slide. Based on the desk item that you saw today, you'll see how the planners are currently measuring overall height in the hillside. The area that we are projecting into the 8-foot plane is the hatched area in the middle of our roof plan. It's clearly in the middle of the mass, reduced from any exposure at any sides, and really only occupies 11% of the whole entire roof mass. Next slide, please. These are section cuts proving where building pad is and overall heights as well. Again, you can see the highlighted areas are the areas in yellow that encroach into that 18-foot as measured to foundation versus as measured from grade. Next slide, please. Same issue in as we proceed through the building with the multiple sections we cut. And I do want to draw your attention to the fact that we have stepped this building per the design guidelines down in the hillside. And you can see that by how different floor plates are stepped as well. Next slide, please. These are images of our story poles before the wind and natural elements got to them. It's unfortunate we put story poles and netting in orange, because even when we put them in blue, you can see that you still look at the orange. We don't really look at the blue. But you can see the significant reduction overall here as well. Next slide. These are in the desk item that you see. These are the long elevations, section cuts showing where we are anywhere as measured, as Ryan is currently measuring to get you the math that you have seen. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, and again, next slide. We did also, after neighborhood outreach, and Bob, the owner, is also available to take questions about his significant outreach to the neighbors, specifically on the lower street that hadn't been part of the original noticed immediate neighborhood. We have provided additional landscape screening that is significant at the rear and downhill sides of both of these properties, as evidenced by the additional trees and their callouts from the landscape architect. The red dashed line is indicative of what the landscape architect and fire want to see as defensible space away from the house, as well as space between trees. This, combined with the trees that we're putting along the driveway and along other portions of the property at the kind of front side of the house, I'll say, is actually going to create a lot of significant screening that will shield these homes. Next slide. As a reminder, materials have been specifically chosen to blend in with that exposed hillside, from golden tones in the summer to browner and grayer tones as we move through the year, as well as some of the bright greens. All tones meet the LRV and are really specifically designated to meet or shade into existing natural conditions. Next slide. On to parcel 2. This particular property had a little bit more extensive work done in terms of reworking entire portions of the roof plan in order to significantly reduce the mass overall, especially on the downhill side elevation of the parcel. You can see by the shaded blue areas, that is what has been reduced from the original proposal. The check marks simply relate to those additional notes and details, which you're all in receipt of. Because we also changed the pitch and the roof was modified significantly, we took about 200 square feet out of what is considered the FAR for the area because of reduced attic space. Next slide. Again, pretty significant on parcel 2, especially when you are looking from the neighbors who are probably most concerned from that downhill diagonal side on this one, hence the roof changes as well. And the roof lines were modified so that rather than being perpendicular to the topography, they followed the topography. That is most notable in drawing number 3 for parcel 2, where you see that the roof has been turned and modified at the back porch area rather than being a taller ridge that crosses the topography. Again, here we have anywhere from 1 to 1.5 foot reduction in plates, and then a reduction in the overall pitch height as well to bring the ridge points down. Next slide. This particular home, the yellow hatched areas are the areas where the exception is technically required, albeit on that front top triangle, or sorry, rectangle that you see, our chimney does project higher and is allowed to with hillside design guidelines. This exception that's being asked for is only 12% of our overall roof mass. Next slide. These just show the section cuts. Again, we wanted to show you that perceptibly from grade, which is what anyone experiences, not the foundation or the pad cut. We are at or under the 18 foot. That offset line is shown in red compared to the natural grade line in purple at the bottom. And the area that we are discussing is the hatched area in yellow. Next slide. Same thing on this one. Next slide. You saw these today. These are measurements put on by Ryan after he asked for additional information. Next slide. And again, yep, we'll just step through all these. Okay, next. Netting showing the roof line changes and everything on this one. I think it's almost even easier to see on this upper parcel because you don't look through the screening, but you can see that the mass has been significantly reduced, almost to the point even in the bottom picture where we start to see the more of the skyline beyond. Next slide. On this particular parcel, we've also added additional landscape screening. Again, the red dashed line showing the defensible space and then the trees that have been added to help provide screening to those downhill neighbors. Next slide. Our color palette, again, is meant to blend into the hillside and even step further back in shadow on this further uphill parcel. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, I think we're good, right? All right, Terry, the civil engineer is here for any questions. I'm also here. I would welcome any questions to talk about details on what and how we did to reduce the massing and the height on this project. You know, I do want to remind you guys that we have reduced plates to kind of standard or substandard levels around the house. And because this house is a single level-ish house that stretches along the topos and contours per hillside design guidelines, there's certain geometries that have to happen in order to bring roof pitches together. And that is part of why that exception sits at that highest level.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Armour has her hand up, and I believe that that's because the 10 minutes is up. Is that correct? Okay, but this is a good time for questions from commissioners. So do any commissioners have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I want to say thank you to the applicant. It's clear from these changes that they've listened and took heart to many of our comments from our first session. So thank you for considering those. And I think you were correct, applicant, when you noted that the grading wasn't a major issue of our first discussion. But I wanted just to retouch base on that, given what we're experiencing now in the form of recent historic storms. And I know there was some issue of water drainage and water movement on this property. Has there been any need to revisit those issues? Have we had to reconsider that part of the discussion, or are your original plans still intact? And workable, and maybe your civil could address that issue.
Sure. I believe that our plans do not need to have any upgrades based on current conditions. I think current conditions highlight why current codes request that water retention be held on site, and that grading and drainage plans are far more significant than any of the development that you can see in the immediate area. But I defer to Mr. Shevchuk, our civil engineer. Or to Bob, our owner, if Terry is not on. I can't see if he's on.
Is there someone else from the applicant that would want to speak? Okay, looks like I saw a hand up.
How about now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. To respond to the grading and drainage issues, we are required to retain all of our runoff on site and effectively recycle it into the ground. That's part of the new drainage standards that are required. We have ample open areas to the far east of the property where we can safely disperse of any excessive rain runoff. In addition, we have that existing creek channel that runs into a head wall and culvert in Sermont Drive. And the owner has been monitoring that during these rain events, and we haven't had any problems with capacity there or overflow. And in fact, the Department of Fish and Game would not allow us to underground that channel. So we're in good shape. It is always educational when you see intense storms like this to prove out that a drainage system will work. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your answer.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Respy. Are there other questions for the applicant? I have one. And I wanted to ask a follow-up on the question I asked from staff. And since I asked when we were asking to continue this to today's meeting, it was about the neighborhood outreach. And it looked like there was expanded, from what staff said, there's expanded outreach. And my question for the applicant is, have any members of the neighborhood reached out since you sent out the additional information to additional people?
I believe that Bob Hughes is also participating tonight, and he is the one who has had direct email or door-to-door contact with the expanded list. Bob, are you there?
He has been allowed to speak and he has unmuted, but I'm not hearing anything.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Yes, I sent those letters out the Thursday before the Christmas holidays. Other than the letters that are in this packet, I've heard from nobody. These people, most of the people that you heard from are from the Sermont area. The ones on West Hill that were, participants in the prior meeting have not contacted me, have not contacted staff as far as I know. So from what I know, they were acceptable of what we submitted to them.
Okay.
Regarding
Well, okay, then that's all I wanted to hear, is if anyone had reached out back to you. And then certainly there's an opportunity for people to speak tonight. We do have a fair number of attendees at tonight's meeting, but we also have multiple items. So thank you for your answer. Are there any other questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Barnett.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's any way the owner can estimate the height of the proposed shrubbery that's to be added according to the landscape plan.
Are you asking me again?
Bess, you may speak. You're still unmuted.
Okay.
Yes, so I think that Bob could also speak to this, but all of the trees that are proposed are on the plant list, and I'm happy to Google the average height of any of them if you give me a minute. But they are all specified and they are all, several of them are good sized box trees that are going in out of the gate as well. If you'd like me to do that, I'm happy to look up the height. Oh, right here. Oh, no, that's a different height on there. Okay.
Well, and a simpler way to ask the question is whether those shrubberies are in any way intended to be a landscape barrier to the adjacent homes.
That's exactly why they're
Yes.
put in and their location.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Thomas.
I just have a comment to add about that. I did look at some of the tree list and it's not as like traditional of a like screen that we would normally see because it is in the hillside area. So a lot of these trees, it's like a mix of different native and things like that. So some of them are mature. When they're mature, some of them are shorter. Vice Chair Burnett, and some of them are larger, some of them are deciduous, some of them are evergreen, but it's really going to mimic like what the natural hillside would look like if this was more dense with vegetation. So they're not going to provide like, they weren't chosen to provide like the most highest screening ability, but it will blend in with the hillside, which in my opinion, I think is like much more important and effective.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, I don't see any hands raised. So then we will go ahead and move on to public comments. And this would be a time for any members of the public that would like to speak on this item. And we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if you would wish to speak on this item, please do raise your hand on Zoom using the raise hand feature. And then if you're calling in, there is a procedure in the agenda for how to call in. So is there anyone that would like to speak on this item?
We do have a few hands raised. The first hand is Diane. You should be able to unmute now and you have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Diane Michaelis, and we built our neighboring home less than 4 years ago. Our construction was subjected to the same Los Gatos hillsides standards and guidelines. We are familiar with the challenge of hillside building. When we built our home, we went to great lengths to adhere to the hillside standards and guidelines, and even altered our desired plans substantially to comply with the rules. Our adjacent parcel is close to 3 acres, of which about 1 3/4 acre is designated open space easement. The newly proposed development is contiguous with that open space easement. When viewed from the valley below, these proposed houses will abruptly end the open rural hillside views that are there now. Our open space easement was set forth as a requirement by the town of Los Gatos when this subdivision was formed. The easement was to prohibit development and to preserve the beautiful views of the natural hills. I feel that if the town allows development on these 2 parcels, which should have been preserved as open space, as was mandated for us, then you should at least enforce your own rules consistently. No exceptions should be made that allow for non-compliance with the hillside standards and guidelines, is my feelings.
Did you have any further comments that you wanted to make?
Well, we can, I don't know. We see the development. We can see the house, the netting quite clearly from our backyard, and it's just such a difference for us because we are, we were required to keep this 1 3/4 acre open, as per the town, and we understand why. And so I'm just, that's just my comment, is that it doesn't seem right to now suddenly abruptly end that open hillside with two large buildings. That's all I have to say.
Okay, no, and thank you for your comments. It is very helpful to the Planning Commission to hear the opinions of the nearby residents. And I'd like to ask if any commissioners have questions. And we did also receive your letters in the addendum. Commissioner Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. My only question is if there is your main concern, does it have to do with the height or just the development in general? And if your main concern is with the height or any other exceptions, like which ones are the highest priority for you?
Well, firstly, I do think that the whole development, was not considered correctly, but it would be important to me to keep that height not so that it towers over us as we look up the hillside. It would be, important to me to keep that limited as much as possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Do any other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, hi Diane, thank you. Were there any changes that improved the site in your view, or it's pretty much the same feelings you had with the original two site or the two parcel plan?
You mean from the orange netting to the blue netting?
Yes, well, the changes that they did make, that the commission did suggest, were any of those suggestions helpful to you, or do you still feel strongly from the original, about the original application?
That's a good question. Yeah. I feel like the blue netting looks like it's like maybe 1 foot below the orange netting. So I don't know. And it looks to me like the drawings sometimes show the existing elevation of the land, and sometimes they show the floor, the lines of the floor of the, so to me, I'm a bit confused about the changes that were made. It looked sort of, to me, it was difficult to see those changes. Of course, it's a plan, it's a two-dimensional plan. So I feel it's difficult to see. And then the blue netting was, like not straight across. So you really couldn't see what the differences were. And I can see the blue netting quite clearly.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for your questions so far. Any other questions for Diane? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so thank you again. And I'd like to find out if anyone else would like to speak on this item.
Yes, next up is Paul. You should be able to unmute and you have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Ryan, do you have the images I sent you? Are you able to put them up? Yes, okay.
Yes, just a moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hello and good evening. Thank you. My name is Paul Cosentino. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My family owns the property directly adjacent to this proposed development. We respectfully ask you to deny this application. The sheer size and proximity of these homes along the hillside is causing disharmony throughout the neighborhood. These developers have been misinforming us and submitting disingenuous facts and forms to see just how far they can get with this development. Even what they're asking of you tonight, you asked them to bring the houses down to 18 feet, and they haven't. Well, I believe I know the answer as to why they haven't. If they brought the houses down to 18 feet, the new homeowners in the development in parcel number 1 would be looking into our roof and onto our solar panels. Our main grievance is with this whole about this whole project is based on the developers' misinterpretation of what they said they were going to do and where they're going to place these houses. In this picture that you're looking at right now, the original proposal for this development states, and I quote, "Both houses are planned with generous setbacks and floor plans that nestle into the hillside terrain." This image was presented to the town, as I'm sure you remember, years ago, and to the neighbors, indicating where the houses would approximately be placed. Ryan, could you go to the next? So instead, this is what we're dealing with today. All three houses, including ours, are stacked on top of one another, devaluing the integrity of the town's own hillside development standards and guidelines, with houses that are nearly 5,000 square feet in size and what is it now, 19.8% high, 21 feet in height. Please go to picture number 3, Ryan. So this picture was taken in front of our house at our front door just yesterday. I'm not sure if any of the commissioners took me up on my invitation in November to walk up our driveway and come stand near the front of our house at the front porch. So here is the view. We ask you kindly to please take a look at where the house on parcel 1 has landed, far from any generous setback and complete absence of nestling into the hillside terrain. Originally, we were planning this evening to ask you for the same courtesy of privacy screening that our neighbors to the east are receiving from the developer. But we have recently learned that we can't because of the fire defensible space regulations. The proposed house on parcel 1 is 20 feet from our property, and the FDS requires a minimum of 30 feet of open space. So the developers would be unable to plant any trees or bushes between parcel 1 and ourselves. So what we're asking tonight is for the house in parcel 1 to be moved to a distance of at least 30 feet from our property line so that the developers can plant trees and shrubs to protect our privacy. I would like to conclude.
Okay, I think that your 3 minutes are up. Is that correct, Ms. Armour? Okay.
May I add my conclusion?
Can you do it in like 10 seconds?
Yes, it's one sentence. We believe that the future owners of this house on parcel 1 would want their house at a distance where there could be at least some foliage separating them from us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask if any commissioners have questions for you. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm with Mr. Cosentino that his request is that the house be moved back so that there is enough defensible space and enough space to plant screening.
Yes, just as the neighbors to the left and right, east and west will be able to enjoy some screening. As you saw from picture number 3, there is 0.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yes, both. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Cosentino? Okay, thank you very much for your comments. And we also had gotten your comments from the previous meeting as well. So thank you for that. And are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Yes, next is Tina. If you unmute, you should be able to speak now.
Hello, hi. Thank you so much for the time and the ability to comment here. Good evening. My comment also on behalf of my family, I'm Tina Cosentino, also of the residents at Sermont Drive, 200 Sermont Drive. I wanted to raise the issue of the proximity of the driveways, specifically because recently there was a sale just in the last few weeks of the property directly adjacent to the Anderson property, which I'm not sure if that's been raised before with this commission. That's also looking to do a development into parcels potentially in the future is our understanding. And so I wanted to ensure that that issue was brought before the commission. to take into consideration in alignment with this proposal. The proximity of our driveways is only 12 to 15 feet, and then there's an absolute minimum that they're what our understanding is of the proposal of a 15 feet private driveway going up to these two proposed parcels. If the property to the right is also developed, it creates potential for congestion in that area for kind of 3 or 4 headways now coming right at the same point. So I just want to respectfully ask if that could please be looked into in terms of the intersection, the proposed impact to safety and the traffic flow. And it's right in the middle of all of that is a storm drain location, which we respectfully request to be moved back to allow for more access for the roadways in a more safe and less congested manner. Both for emergency vehicle access, fire access, et cetera, especially in light of recent fires and increased fire in the state of California. My other comment is with regards to outreach and public comment and the review. It's a little troubling to learn that there were things submitted, especially on sensitive subjects like the height of these buildings just today, which doesn't really give the public time to review in order to comment and participate in these hearings. So I just wanted to ask the question around, what the public comment review requirements are for the commission. Some same-day review definitely doesn't allow for much time for the public to engage in this process. So those are my comments. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Cosentino. And I would like to ask if any commissioners have questions. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Thank you for that. And is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
If there's anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, excluding the applicant's team, please raise your hand now. We've got one more hand raised, Chair. Chris? You should be able to unmute and you have up to 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I would like to make a response to Mr. Hughes's comment that the letter that he sent out in December, that he didn't receive any response from the people that he sent it to, does not mean that we accept what he had proposed. And in fact, I was very disappointed in the letter. And I've, of course, written my letter to the commissioners, so I won't go into that, about the fact that the reduction of the height in that letter did not say specifically how low it went down. All he said was that they've lowered it. And I think that, there's some problem with transparency here. So that's my comment. The other comment is the polls and with the weather and so forth. I think if we move forward from here, they should be put up again to designate which height so that we'll have the chance to actually take a look again. As far as the coloring is concerned, I have no problem with seeing that the blue, as far as that's concerned, versus the orange. That's the only 2 comments I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanimoto. And do any commissioners have questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised, but thank you again. And are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
So again, if anyone else wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised, Chair.
Okay, so then we will close public comments and then go back to the applicant and give them up to 6 minutes because of the 2 applications to address the comments that have been made and make any final remarks to the commission.
Bess, I'm assuming you'll want to speak. You should be able to do so now.
Yes, can you please pull up the part 2 proposal that had information from the original piece?
Yes, I will get that started momentarily.
And I'm looking for, let me go to the second page. Let's see what order this is in. Looking for a page called Visibility View Towards Concerned Neighbors from Rear Yard Parcels. Yes, can we keep that one up? I just want to share with you guys the two primary neighbors' concerns in their location related to our parcel. This diagram shares with you the distances between the back end of our proposed parcel to the downhill neighbors at 303 Gatos at over 500 feet to their residence. Next slide, please. I'd also like to point out that unlike what was asserted by Mr. Cosentino, that our house is at 20 feet on an angle at the tiniest point right below that purple arrow. And that is the point of that is the closest point. Otherwise, we sit anywhere from 63 feet 3 inches to 94 feet 6.5 inches from his property. I'm certain that if he would like to see some additional landscaping in this area, we can work with our landscape architect to find something that works with both the defensible space requirements as well as providing him additional screening. As you can see, the reason that these houses were designed was not to stare down on neighbors. In fact, the houses are angled along the topography and staggered so that we do not loom over any neighbor below, as actually 200 Surmont does on its neighbors below. If you could show the next slide. I think this diagram actually shows how generally we fit with our neighbors, and we have worked. And these are numbers on here, I want you to understand, that are from the original proposal, not the reduced proposal that you're seeing, where the numbers are brought all the way down to 19.8 feet at the center of the ridge and not the mass. All right, we'll close this entire proposal out. I think it's very important for everyone to understand, both neighbors and commissioners, as I'm sure you probably do, that we have been very transparent. In fact, there's no opportunity to be otherwise, and it would not be in our best interest. We've made extensive neighborhood outreach outside of our original neighborhood. We've taken into consideration and reduced bulk mass and height. I want to be very clear, and maybe Mr. Safdie can speak to this, that the reason that you received desk items today was not an effort at all by my team nor the owner of this project to withhold information. Rather, it was additional clarification information because the staff report that was issued last week had errors in it. And Mr. Safdie was concerned that our project was being presented as larger than it actually was. I appreciate the fact that staff took the opportunity to look at our homes in that detail and understand that the way measurements were taken and diagrammed on plans were not as intended. If you can close this report out and just kind of put on page 22, for instance, of the presentation number 1. I do want to say you guys saw it in prior in the November hearing, as well as you can see it in our plans. We have stepped this single family home that is also a single level down on the hillside by staggering floor plates, by changing roof plates at the house. This is a much more expensive way to build, by adding additional layered retaining walls. Again, as a reminder, what everybody is seeing is that purple line is natural grade. The red line is the 18-foot offset of what you would see in reality, not just a measurement that's taken to the bottom of a floor plate or a building pad. So great effort was made to bring both of these houses into conformance with that intent, which I believe is actually the intent of the Hillside Design Guidelines. And then a reminder, please look through your packet. The blue shaded areas are all the areas of reduction and mass overall. Terry or Bob, I don't know if you want to say anything in our remaining minute or two or whatever we have.
If anyone else from the applicant's team would like to speak, please raise your hand.
If not, I encourage questions so that we can help you all better make the changes.
Okay, this would be a good time for any commissioners to ask questions of the applicant before we close the public hearing. Commissioner Tana.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the 63 to 67 foot distance between the Cosentino's house and the proposed parcel, you're saying that you can't plant trees because the property line is within 20 feet of your property. Is that correct?
No, I did not say that. Mr. Cosentino said that. I said, I'm sure that our owner would work with their landscape architect to find some additional landscaping to protect the Cosentinos at their front door area there that works with the fire defensible space.
So let me ask the question differently. The property line to your proposed home in that location is what distance from the property line? What's the distance from your home to the property line that borders the Cosentinos?
We are at 20 feet at one point, and then along the angle, we're 20 feet at the house, and we are at 37 feet, 11 and a half inches at the garage. And we are at 24 feet at the other corner. So you can see the setback line is the dashed line.
Yeah, I'm seeing the setback line, and what I'm gathering from that is that because the defensible space requirement is 30 feet from the property line, you don't have 30 feet on your parcel number one. That's correct. At the house, where the house would be visible to the Cosentinos, let's say between the 20-foot mark to just to the left of the purple arrow to the 67-11 line. So in that general area that would be screening for the Cosentinos, in particular between the purple arrow, double-ended arrow, and the 67-11 foot or 67 foot 11 inch marker, where you don't have 30 feet. You might have 30 feet by the purple arrow. All right, I think
yeah, I mean, I think we only have that 20 feet at that one point, and then we actually moved to being a full additional 23 feet off of our setback line, or sorry, off of our property line. So so we have space around the front, but there is one tiny point at the house, not the whole house, because as you can see from that diagram, the entire house actually sits and staggers well beyond the footprint of the Cosentino house.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Tana. Are there other questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Barnett and then Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
I believe
Chairman Hanson.
You're after Vice Chair Barnett.
Sorry.
I believe we had materials in the November staff report related to the issue of moving the culvert and relocating the driveway. But I wonder if you could address Ms. Cosentino's comment tonight about that.
I defer to Terry, the civil engineer, to handle the specifics of the culvert.
Hello again. We can't relocate the existing culvert. The Department of Fish and Game and other water agencies have looked at that and consider it a natural watershed that we have to protect. So we simply can't cover it or pipe it. We leave the head wall where it is and work around it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And now, Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. So my question to the applicant is how many, let's see, I wrote down here, how many feet directly is there, is this tiny 20 area? I mean, 20 foot area from to the house. When you say a tiny area of 20 feet, how many feet are we talking about lengthwise?
Jennifer, can you please pull that page up again? Can you just zoom in a hair? by chance? Okay, and then Hanover. All right. So you can see where this diagonal line is. You can see that point where we sit almost on the setback, that corner. Do you see where that is, Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Right. So at that point, we are at 20 feet off the property line.
Okay.
Or 63 feet, 3 inches from the front door of the Cosentinos. Okay, as you can see, the massing of our house is angled away from their house and along the contour lines and immediately pulls away from it. We have, if you look at the blue arrow, 57 feet, 11 and a half inches at the closest point of our garage area across the driveway to the property line. So there is some space for us to provide additional landscape screening in this region and meet defensible space fire codes, I'm sure, depending upon how far we space things and what type of planting there is specifically in the area between the two dimensions, 63 feet, 3 inches and 67 feet, 11 inches at that point. That point is quite literally a point. We immediately start growing 21 feet, 22 feet, 23 feet, 24 feet. As you can see, we are 43 feet, 4.5 inches off of the property line at the other side of the building based on the angle. The angle's pretty significant.
Yes, I do see what you're talking about. It does seem to impact that one area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Are there other questions from commissioners? Back to Vice Chair Burnett.
Sorry, I should have asked for comment by the owner, the owner's applicant, the owner's representative, excuse me, concerning Mr. Cosentino's recommendation to move the property to the east. The improvements, of course, yeah.
Okay, I believe that if you look at our original LRDA area, which is, as you know, part of how you work on designing a home in the Hillside Design Guidelines, we're sitting within the LRDA and continuing to move the house further down the property line is going to start pushing us outside of our LRDA based on slope. And I think we're actually pretty recessed on this property. You can see the that hatched area is kind of the LRDA area based on slope, trees, etc. So you can see that little peninsula that comes in there. We need a certain amount of distance to get a properly graded for fire access and driveway, and we can't just keep pushing these houses further down the hillside. I believe if you look at the overall diagram from a site planning perspective, we have been very respectful of the Cosentino house. Our driveway area sits there, so it's not an area that's habited for extracurricular backyard activities. We don't have big public spaces facing down on his house. It's really our garage and driveway access that is the closest adjacency to him, which, as you saw in our original set of plans and is maintained on this one, is heavily screened with landscaping.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up.
And thank you for your question, Vice Chairman. And I was actually going to ask exactly that question, just for the sake of making sure that we, considered every possibility. But I too thought that the LRDA might be an issue in this case. So I'm going to ask two questions. One is just that if it's the will of the commission to go forward, that you could commit to doing landscaping to protect the Cosentinos.
I believe that our homeowner absolutely would have no problem providing additional landscaping. He's done so already for the other neighbors that were concerned last time without any issue.
Okay, and I do I do appreciate all the work that you've done, and I think I probably know the answer to it. For the sake of completeness, what would it take to get that in those smaller sections of the roof, where where it exceeds the 18 feet, what would it take to get there? I'm hoping that you would have done it if you could have. So I just wanted to ask the question, that if you were going to go there, what you would have to do to make it happen.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. We absolutely looked at that. In fact, we thought at December 19th that potentially we were sitting within that and not asking for an exception at all on parcel 1. That was the drive after the 11/21 Planning Commission. We did reduce roof pitches significantly, to a point actually on parcel 1 where if we reduce them even further, we start becoming in jeopardy of what type of roofing materials will meet warranty and guarantee things. We would have to move to more of a flat roof. And I actually think that increases the bulk and mass because flat roofs really just are big plain projectiles along the hillside. Like I said, we already have reduced plates even to just bring down the overall massing, even at the outside edges of the building, to reduce where this exception is occurring, again, in that 10-11% of the very middle volume of the structure. On parcel 2, in order to bring us down to where we needed, or closer to where we needed to be, I understand we're still asking for an exception. We actually looked at the ridge line, the main ridge line that was on the house, and we created, frankly, a more complex architecturally roof to build by eliminating some of the way the cross ridge was, which required us from a simple geometry perspective. If we have a house that's not a box, not just a plain rectangle, and it's stepping down the hillside, whether we like it or not, geometry forces the way roofs come together. We have to be able to close the roof, if you will, right? That's just kind of simple geometry. So, without flipping over to flat roofs or moving to a roof pitch that's essentially flat, which creates additional bulk and mass, ironically, and is anti kind of even just the visual diagrams. We did what we could, not just by reducing roof pitch, but plate heights. Plate heights shifted differently, not consistently around the entire building to try to suppress the height. And again, we moved most of that to the extreme middle mass. And then just to reiterate again, we did a big roof plan change on half of the roof on parcel 2. That roof modified significantly just in terms of overall shape and volume, which is what brought that attic square footage down as well.
Okay. All right. I think that answers the question. Thank you. It looks like Commissioner Janoff has a question for you as well.
Thanks. Yeah, one last question regarding the metal standing seam metal roof detail on I think it's parcel 2. Are you committed to that material?
We are. It's consistent with the style of the home. It's also a material that allows us to have a lower roof pitch than most other roof materials in order to get the shallower porch roof that's on that downhill and front facing, or sorry, on the side that is at the front. I understand that you don't want it to be shiny and reflective. We've chosen black, and we will specify specifically, and we can add it to the plans if that makes everyone feel better about it.
My question to you, matte finish. My question to you is: would you be willing to accept a condition of approval that says, should there be a negative or an unintended reflection or reflectivity of any plane of those metal roofs, would you be willing to add a coating in order to eliminate that reflection that would be a negative impact on your neighbors?
I don't think we'd have a problem with it. And like I said, we'd specify a matte finish. So we out of the gate, we would have essentially that sheen already coming on it. So hopefully we wouldn't have to.
All right, thank you.
Have that.
Okay, I think that answered the question. Do any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? This would be the last time to ask questions of the applicant before I close the public hearing. Okay, I'm not seeing any other additional hands raised, so I'm going to close the public hearing and then turn back to the commission. And this would be a time for you to ask any additional questions of staff, to comment on the application, and then ultimately make a motion. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, I want to ask the question, the applicant said that there were some errors in the report. Mr. Salty, can you enlighten me on where exactly she's saying those errors were? I'm not clear.
Thank you for the question. So when measuring or proposed height on hillside properties, it does get a little tricky. Ask any staff member and they will agree. In certain instances, if you don't accurately show existing grade lines, because we do measure height from existing or proposed grade, whichever creates the lower profile, it's hard for staff to gauge if the proposed grade really is the maximum height. So when they added the existing grade line, staff was then able to confirm what exactly the maximum height was. So that desk item was intended to update the numbers in the staff report based on the updated information we got on the sections.
So would you still stand beside in the report that the application is asking for an exemption from the hillside development standards and guidelines for maximum height of the visible home on the hillside? So
correct, and that's specified in the desk item. Anything over 18 feet does require an exception. So with the updated information and staff being able to accurately identify that, I think they were about 9.2 and 9.8 respectively. So yes, exceptions are still required to height.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you for your question. Commissioner Raspy.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I didn't have any questions for staff, but I thought I would get the ball rolling kind of in our discussions and give you some preliminary thoughts. When last we visited this project, I think we had 3 asks of the applicant. That is, they reduce the height, that they incorporate shielding landscaping, and they conduct additional outreach. From what we've heard tonight, it seems to me that applicant has done each of those things. We've heard about the outreach, we heard about the landscape, and then the building heights have been reduced for both residents. And according to my notes, each parcel is now less than 20 feet in height. Parcel 1, 19.8, parcel 2, 19.2. So what the applicant is asking for is a variance of less than, or an exception rather, of less than 2 feet in building height for both properties, which for parcel 1 would constitute 11% of the roof line, and parcel 2, 12%, which again, I think all things considered is a fairly de minimis variance from what is otherwise allowed on those parcels. So I think the applicant has listened to us. I think that it's been a thoughtful redesign. I understand that the neighbors aren't excited about having development on the hillside, and I suspect that if I lived there, I would want no development as well. But I don't think that's what the realistic option is. I think property owners have a right to develop their parcels, and so I think they've done a fairly good job of that in this instance. So my thoughts at this point are that the project should be allowed to proceed with a couple of caveats. That is, with respect to parcel 1, there should be some additional landscape shielding. And I agree with Commissioner Thomas's comments that I like the notion of using more native materials up there as opposed to just the ficus or otherwise shielding wall. And then to the extent necessary, either a matted or a coated standing seam roof line to the extent there's any glaring. But aside from those 2 additional asks, it seems to me that this is a project which should be allowed to proceed in its latest iteration. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Raspy. And we do have additional comments from Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Thomas, and then again from Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for staff. So I'm a little confused about the landscaping that would be added for parcel 1 to go with that other property, because it looked like most of it is within 20 feet of the property line, and So what I'm trying to understand is with the 30 feet having to exist, would it have to be put on the other owners, like within the other owner's property, or is it possible? How would it work?
Thank you for the question, and I will ask Ms. Armour if you have anything additional to add, please do so. So this is a fire department requirement. They are usually the ones that are reviewing this at building permit stage, locations of trees. It's my understanding that no new trees are allowed within 30 feet of a residence, but that doesn't apply to certain types of landscaping. Again, though, that's my understanding without doing a full dive into fire standards.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would also add that while there is that one point where the house is within 20 feet or at 20 feet from the property line, there could be potential for additional plantings further to one side or the other. So would still partially screen the building while maintaining a 30-foot distance from the house. And so we definitely will be including that in the review that fire does during the building permit phase, as Associate Planner Safdie stated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Commissioner Thomas.
Hi, thank you. I do just want to point out that some of the landscaping that has been chosen is deciduous. Like there's a couple of buckeyes and they will lose their leaves for a large part of the year. So if that is a huge concern for commissioners, I just wanted to bring that up as a point and let people know that some of those trees that are planning on being planted, even though they are native, buckeyes, you probably know what they look like. They grow along a lot of the creeks and have the big, buckeye thing that hangs on them just after they lose all their leaves. Anyway, I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Raspy said with regards to what we asked the applicant to do. And I do completely agree that this is their property. And I also, if I lived right there, I would want this to remain an open space. But it's not, if you don't, we know that people can't, that we just can't say no to development because the neighbors don't want it. However, I do think that I stand a little bit on a different side than Commissioner Raspy at this point in time, because I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask them to meet our hillside development guidelines. That's the purpose of them. And I do think that we ask them to try to attempt things, and I'm not sure that I think that they've, added additional screening. I agree, did additional outreach to neighbors. And I'm really happy with that. But some of the exceptions that they're asking for, I'm still a little uncomfortable with. So I'm curious to hear what other commissioners have to say.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Burnett, and then Commissioner Janoff.
Yes, thank you. And I tend to agree with Commissioner Thomas. When we heard from one of the residents there, Diane, who jumped through many hoops following the design guidelines, was taken back to redesign because of the recommendations, did follow everything. I think that when you have rules, you have guidelines, it should be even and it should be fair. And I think in this circumstance with this item, I think that the current updated plan exceeds the hillside specific standard and guidelines. I think parcel 1 and 2 each are requesting 6 exceptions to the hillside guidelines, which I feel would be detrimental to the spirit and vision of the hillside standards. And I think that we should, those would be my comments. I think it either should be denied or the 6 exceptions should be addressed. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Yeah, the remaining exceptions that we were hung up on from our previous meeting were reduced height, additional landscaping, and neighborhood outreach, as has been commented on by other commissioners. Don't personally have an issue, and I think the commission resolved the issue with regard to grading and the other 6 issues at our last meeting. I am stuck on the 18 feet. We did not ask the applicant to attempt to get down to 18 feet. We asked the applicant to meet the hillside development guidelines and get to 18 feet. So I'm hung up on that. I understand that it's a relatively small portion of the house that's 18 feet, but it's also a really visible portion. I mean, these houses are so visible. When you're looking at the Celinda and Los Gatos Almaden viewpoint, you know, your blue tape, orange tape, you know, they're going to be really visible. And I do appreciate that the palette chosen for the two homes is very neutral, and I can visualize that they will blend into the hillsides nicely, but they'll still be visible, and there will still be times of day when we're going to see some reflections. You're going to know that those are homes up there. I wouldn't ask that they move the home. I would ask that they meet the 18-foot height guideline.
Thank you for that. And back to Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Janoff's comments. I believe that the issues with, the grading and the cut and fill and all of that, we did discuss those last meeting, and I don't personally feel that we should go back to those at all. But the 18 feet is what I have issue with also. And so I just wanted to reiterate that and note that I support Commissioner Janoff's comments. I don't know, I'm interested to hear what others have to say, but I don't know if that means that we offer another maybe staff can kind of guide us when we get to that point, but does this mean we offer another continuance and say you have another opportunity, or do we deny? So I don't know.
I think this would be a good time to ask staff the question that if it was hypothetically, if it was the will of the commission to only proceed forward if the 18 feet were met, that is that something that staff feels that they could deal with, or we can also ask the commission as well. But I mean, is that appropriate when we're talking about the height? Because it sounds like they would have to make some changes, at least to the roof. They've, when I asked the question, I think they've done as much as they can do with the plate heights. They're already at the, minimum standard for most new homes. So I didn't know if staff had an opinion on that. And then we also have comments from commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead and jump in since I don't see anyone else unmuting. You definitely have multiple options tonight. There's a couple as it relates to the 18 feet. I think, as was mentioned, the commission asked the applicant what it would take to get down to that 18 feet. And they expressed their concerns with what would be necessary to get there, coupling that with what they've already done. So there's a minimum of 2 paths relating to the 18 feet. The planning commission could approve the applications with a condition of approval that they not exceed 18 feet, or the planning commission could deny the applications, and then that would provide the opportunity for the applicant to appeal that to council. Of course, as is in the staff report, we could continue it. I think I get a little bit worried as we get into these multiple continuances as they drag out. And I believe if you ask the applicant their preference, they probably would prefer a yes or no, and then move forward, either appealing the approval with that condition or appealing the denial and moving forward that route.
Okay, thank you for that. So basically there's 3 solid options that we could consider if it was the collective thought of the commission to go down that path of adhering strictly to the 18 feet. So we do have some additional comments and or questions from Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Clark and Vice Chair Burnett and from me as well. So
I just wanted to confirm that a continuance would be the last priority that we would want to try and do, and we should try and agree and vote on something. So
thank you for that. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I did not like what it sounded like would happen if we lowered the height to 18 feet. To me, it did sound like maybe it would look a lot bulkier. And I know that, like we've seen with the North 40 and things, that a flat roof line sometimes like severely diminishes the appearance of the property in exchange for it being a lower height. And I don't think that it would significantly reduce its visibility, but so for me, I would rather keep it at the height that they have it, but I also would change my mind on that a bit if it would significantly reduce the visibility. And so if anybody has comments on whether that would be the case, I'd be interested. But for me, I care more about how bulky it would end up looking. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Barnett, and then Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you, Chair. I have several comments, beginning with the height issue. I question whether the minimum excess over the 18-foot limit would really be noticed.
Chair, it seems.
I think it looks like it's screen froze.
Yeah, Vice Chair, your screen froze as you were starting your
Am I okay now?
Yes, we can hear you fine. But for about 15 seconds or 20 seconds, we cannot. So
let me start over again. So I think the roof height is not an issue because so little of it exceeds the maximum of 18 feet. And because it is not a significant portion of the roof length. I appreciate that the plate height has been reduced and that the reduction of the roof slope has been made. I think it's good that the screening of the trees has been addressed as requested by the commission. I think it's notable that the owner has made a number of changes to address the recommendations of the consultant. And I'm comfortable with the exceptions concerning the cut of the rear yard adjacent to the proposed residence, the maximum cut and fill for the shared driveway and the fire turnaround area, and the maximum height of the retaining wall, all of which I believe was previously consented to by the commission. I would agree with Commissioner Raspy that we need to add additional conditions concerning additional landscaping adjacent to the Cosentino residence to address Commissioner Janoff's comment regarding the reflection issue and to address Commissioner Thomas's issue regarding deciduous trees. But with those changes, I would support the application. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett and Commissioner Janoff.
The only thing I would comment on with regard to what, putting a flattened roof on this structure would not look particularly flat if you're looking at it from a viewpoint, because you're looking so steeply up at the facade. So I would not be concerned about seeing a blank flat slate or swath of anything. We're just not going to be looking at it. The birds might object, but that's a different story. So I think there's a lot of different ways to treat this problem. I can't imagine why we can't get under 18 feet. There just doesn't. I'm stuck on that. And as I said, I think you can change that roof pitch. In some portions, you can get it down to 18 feet. If you do nothing else, I'm sure Ms. Wiersma is, rolling her eyes and thinking, how badly that would butcher the architecture that you've come up with. And I do say that the houses are architecturally attractive, but it can be done. It can be done, and if that's the guidelines, and this is a particularly visible spot, I'm not able to support the height over 18 feet.
Thank you for that. I have a question for staff, and that is, I think one of the other commissioners asked this, and I wanted to come back to it. The percentage of visibility of the house as proposed right now, do we know that? I feel that it's pretty high, quite a bit more than 24.5.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the applicants did a visibility analysis before the full story poles were up. In fact, there was a claim at one point that one of the homes wasn't visible. Driving out there, I'd say they're 90% visible. They're almost completely visible. There's one palm tree that kind of sticks in the way of one of them. But besides that, yeah, they're visible.
Okay. All right. So then, thank you for that. So then I was listening to all of you make your comments on this thing, and I was sitting on the fence, and I as I'm thinking now that no matter what happens, this house is going to be quite a bit more than 24.5% visible, and on account of that, I think that we do have to stand firm on the 18 feet. And I did appreciate the, and I'm sure, as Commissioner Gatos said, I'm sure Ms. Worcester was rolling her eyes thinking about this, but it is only 11% of the house, and so therefore it hopefully won't be that big of an impact to get that small amount to the 18 feet, if that was the will of the commission to go there. I too agree that I feel that these houses are well designed. I think they've thoughtfully tried to build them into the hillsides, and the big problem that we have is with our neighbors is that then when we're looking at something that's up the hill, it's going to be a change to everyone's viewpoint, and there's nothing really that can be done with that other than not building, and we can't really ask them to make it any smaller than it is or go any less than 18 feet. So that being said, I think that's essential that we do the screening. I do think that it's that the applicant could go a little bit further to get down to the 18 feet. But other than that, I like the direction that this thing is going. And I think we're not that far from a good solution. The only other thing I wanted to bring up, though, is I did hear from at least one person from the public a concern about not having really been able to digest the revisions in the plans and the story polls. Although I don't know that it's going to really change the opinion of the commenters in the neighborhood because of what I just said about putting something in a blank space, it's going to be visible. So if anyone had any thoughts about that, I certainly don't want to continue this any longer. But I am concerned to make sure that the concerns of the residents are considered. And then it looks like Commissioner Janoff has her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, we might say that the 20 inches or 14 inches that's different between the 19.8 and the 19.2 is insignificant when you're looking at it at the viewpoint at Celinda and Los Gatos Almond. And it's quite a bit different when you're looking at it from the next door neighbor's house. So, if putting in perspective of the neighbors, I think keeping within that 18 feet is even more important because you are losing such incredible views. The more that we can reduce that from the neighboring residences, I think that makes a big difference. And with that, I would be willing to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
So I move to approve. I don't have the right language. Give me a minute. Well, I'll just have to wing it, and Steph or Vice Chair Barnett can help me out. I move to approve the application, architecture and site application S-21 S-21-004 and S-21-023. I don't have the findings in front of me, but with the conditions that the house does not exceed 18 feet, that the reflective coating be added to the standing seam metal roofs if it presents a problem of glare to the neighbors, and that additional screening is incorporated into the landscaping to the extent possible within the 30-foot setback of the new property, whatever minor landscaping in that small portion at the corner of the house that is at the 20-foot mark. And thank you, staff. I can make the finding that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. I can make the finding that the project complies with the applicable sections of the hillside development standards and guidelines with the requested exception for height of the lowest finished floor of a structure above grade, maximum cut for the rear, maximum cut and fill for the shared driveway and fire turnaround, and maximum retaining wall height, but not the maximum overall height. As already mentioned, I can make the finding that the project complies with the hillside specific plan as given in Exhibit 2, and make the consideration as required by section 29.20.150 of the town code for granting approval of the architecture and site application in Exhibit 2, and approve the architecture and site applications as already mentioned, contained in Exhibit 3 with the updated development plans in Exhibits 23 and 24.
Thank you for that. And our town attorney has a comment. So,
wondering if the motion, if the maker of the motion wanted to include that a member of staff would determine whether sufficient landscaping had been proposed, and if so, perhaps maybe the planning manager.
Yes, the maker of the motion would agree to that, as well as that the planning manager would be the arbiter on the 18-foot height.
okay. Is that looks like it's good. It looks like we have a second. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, second.
Okay. I have a question for the maker of the motion. When you're talking about the landscape screening, it does include the screening that wasn't in the plans for the Cosentinos.
Correct. The motion incorporates the landscaping as presented tonight with the addition of landscaping at the property line between the proposed property parcel 1 and the Cosentinos.
Okay, very good. Okay. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Chairman Hanson. I'm a little confused because on your motion, you mentioned that in reading it that the project complies with the 6 areas that I was concerned about, whereas in the report, it says the application would still require exceptions. So I'm not, is there a disconnect here? I'm not seeing that it does comply with those 6 areas on each parcel that I was concerned about.
So the motion says that it generally complies with the hillside development guidelines, and we can make the exceptions, 5 of the 6 exceptions, and not the exception on height.
Okay,
that's what I heard.
So it does comply with I'm seeing that it's saying it does not comply in those 6 areas. And now you're saying.
We're saying the motion says that the project complies with the hillside design guidelines and standards, with the exception of the 5 areas, which we are granting exceptions to, and we are not granting an exception to height.
I see. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. It's your first meeting, we understand. So, okay. Vice Chair Barnett.
I had raised the issue about deciduous trees, and I don't know if the maker of the motion would like to consider adding that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The maker of the motion is very interested in adding that we include non-deciduous trees because the whole purpose of them is privacy screening, and we want to make sure that that's year round.
And is the seconder okay with the amendment to the motion? Yes. Okay, good. Okay. Are there any other comments on the motion before I call the question? Okay. Mr. Safdie.
I apologize. One quick clarification question. In regards to the non-deciduous trees condition, is that just for the new landscaping that we would like added, or is that also for the landscape screening that was added on the plans that you see today?
Yeah, the maker of the motion would say, if the purpose of the landscaping is screening, it should be non-deciduous, both in the proposed of what was already proposed and what was newly added today.
Thank you for that clarification.
Is that clear enough, staff? Okay. Commissioner Thomas, do you have a comment before we
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that, yeah, the screening trees that were added previously, there's just like 2 that were Buckeyes, and those are the only ones. The other trees are all evergreen. So those are, I think, are the only 2 that people have issues with, Mr. Safdie.
So it'll make it easier for staff to go through. So, okay. Any other comments? Okay, so I'm going to call the question, and please vote yes, no, or abstain, preferably not abstain. And I will start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
No.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the motion passes 6-1. And are there any appeal rights for this action by the Planning Commission?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The decision of the commission can be appealed to Town Council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 2910-020 within 10 days and on forms available online with fees paid. Final deadline is 4 p.m. on the 10th day.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, it is pretty darn close to 9 o'clock. So I was going to make a suggestion that we take a 10-minute break. And hopefully the other items won't take quite as long, but we don't know. But I think when we've gone for almost 2 hours, we should take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:02 or 9:03. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Thanks. I'll just wait for them to turn on their cameras. All right, so we're just waiting for Commissioner Burnett.
Hi.
Oh, good. We got it. Okay. All right. So it's time to go ahead and move on. We still have quite a few items on the agenda. And so we will move on to item 3. And that is to consider an appeal of the Historic Preservation Committee's decision to deny the removal of a presumptive historic property pre-1941 from the Historic Resources Inventory on property zoned C2, located at 301 to 307 North Santa Cruz Avenue. Request for review PHST-22-020, APN 510-14-048. Property owner, applicant, and appellant is Mike Millen, and our project planner is Ryan Safety. And before I go to the staff report, I'd like to see a show of hands from commissioners that have visited the property or that have disclosures. I think we have some issues with disclosures. So, okay, so let's go with Commissioner Raspy, Commissioner Burnett, and our town attorney.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is as a result of the HPC's previous review of this matter, me and at least one other fellow member of the HPC is recused from hearing this appeal.
Okay. And actually, before I go to Commissioner Burnett, maybe the town attorney could say a few words on this, because this is a new.
Yes, yeah. So it's my recommendation that commissioners that participated in decisions as members of the Historic Preservation Committee recuse themselves from appeals of those decisions. And the recommendation is based on procedural due process concerns to make sure that appellants get a fair hearing. And there is case law supporting the concept that in order to have a fair hearing, the body hearing the appeal shouldn't have rendered a prior decision on the matter.
Okay, and so and since our appointees to the Historic Preservation Committee in 2022 were Commissioners Raspy and Clark, and our new Commissioner Burnett was also and will continue on the Historic Preservation Committee, all 3 need to be recused.
Only if they participated in the decision that's being appealed.
Okay. So my reading of that was 5-0. So, so is there a Commissioner Clark? You had your hand up, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, I also need to recuse myself from the discussion.
Okay. And anything else from you, Commissioner Burnett?
Yes, yeah, I do need to recuse myself, but I stand behind my decision. And I also agree with the denial of the appeal by the community director tonight.
Okay, well, you don't need to make comments at this point because the notes are all in the staff report. Okay, so thank you. So you could turn off your camera and come back when we're done with this item. Okay, Ms. Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Just through the chair, I wanted to clarify that for this item number 3 at 301 to 307 North Santa Cruz Avenue, it's Commissioners Burnett, Clark, and Raspy who voted on this item when it was before the HPC. The item following this is also an appeal of an HPC item. And in that case, Commissioner Burnett was the only one who was there and voted on that item. So just for clarification.
Okay, so the only person that needs to recuse themselves from item 4 is Commissioner Burnett.
That is correct. And we will move the commissioners to the attendees list until they can come back and join the discussion. So I'll do that now.
Okay, yes, thank you for that. Okay, so I apologize to the members of the public. This is a new procedure for us, but I think it makes sense. Okay, so let me go back to the other question I was asking. A show of hands from commissioners that have been able to view the property. Okay. And are there any disclosures besides the one that we just had about people being on the HPC? Okay, there's none. So then I will go to the staff report, and it again is Mr. Safdie.
Yes, and thank you again. Before you is an appeal of an HPC decision to deny the removal of a presumptive historic property, pre-1941, from the Historic Resources Inventory on Property Zone C2, located at 301 through 307 North Santa Cruz Avenue. The property actually contains 5 primary buildings: 208 Bachman, which is the old location of CB Hannigan's, and 301, 303, 305, and 307 North Santa Cruz Avenue. Generally, these types of HPC requests for removal contain the entire property. However, in this case, Town Council already removed 208 Bachman from the inventory back in 1996. On November 16th of 2022, the HPC considered the owner's removal request of 301, 303, 305, and 307 North Santa Cruz Avenue. The HPC approved the removal of 301 North Santa Cruz Avenue, which is the corner building, but denied the removals of 303, 305, and 307. Although during the meeting minutes, you'll find that the committee members did comment that 305 North Santa Cruz Avenue no longer appears to have historic significance. This decision was then appealed by the property owner on November 18th. The appellant made 4 specific points in their appeal, which are summarized and analyzed within the staff report. These appeal points reiterated what was previously provided to the HPC. Staff also created 2 exhibits to assist the Planning Commission with their discussion tonight. The first is Exhibit 7, which compares the building footprints shown in the last edition of the Sanborn maps that was created prior to the 1941 historic date cutoff and a 2013 building permit we had on file. That exhibit shows that the building footprints have changed substantially over the years. It's just not clear when they changed. The second is Exhibit 8, which compares aerial imagery of the site from 1931, 1948, and 1968. The exhibit shows that the building footprints along North Santa Cruz Avenue were separated in 1931 and 1948, and then appear to have been combined by the 1968 aerial. That 1968 aerial isn't completely clear, but again, it does appear that the buildings were combined. No public comment has been received for this application or the appeal. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the HPC to deny the removal request. Alternatively, the Commission can continue the matter to a date certain with specific direction, grant the appeal and remove the property from the inventory and make one or more of the findings, or remand the appeal to the HPC with specific direction. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. And do any of the remaining commissioners have questions for Mr. Safdie or staff? Vice Chair Barnett.
Mr. Safdie, in the owner's materials, he indicates that let me get this right now, 305 is now part of 303. And I was wondering if in our discussions, we should consider those as one property.
Thank you for the question. I believe what the owner / applicant was stating is that the old 303 shown on the Sanborn maps is actually now where the 305 location is. There are actually all 4 of those addresses out on site currently: 303, 305, 301, 303, 305, and 307. So all 4 of those sites do exist right now. So you'd be making decisions on the entire application, so on all of them.
Okay, thank you.
So if I understood you correctly, that that even though the HPC did grant that one of the properties could be removed, and that there was already some, properties previously removed that were to reevaluate the entire application.
That is a good question. Ms. Armour, would you mind chiming in?
I can, and then the town attorney may have something to add as well. In general, when we do consider removing a property from the inventory, we're looking at the property as a whole rather than one building at a time. In this case, it opens it up a little bit because there was one separate building that was actually already considered non-historic based on review by town council in the past. And so that is why there is some distinction in this case between the different addresses on the site, but it is all one parcel. And the application before you is to remove all, the entire parcel, all of the buildings from the historic inventory.
Right. Okay. So Mike, I'm going to ask a follow-up question. It looks like our town attorney might be answering the question I was going to ask, which was, since it was already decided that the one additional property could come out, and the applicant only appealed the ones that couldn't come out, this would be difficult, I would think, for us to evaluate in that way. So I'll ask the town attorney, and maybe you're answering my question or something else.
It's related. It's related. And so based on the language of the zoning code, which provides that the planning commission may hear the matter anew and render a new decision on the matter, I interpret that language to be talking about considering all of the property as a whole,
okay,
without the approval that was made by the HPC.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions from staff? Okay, well then we will give the appellant, sorry, Commissioner Thomas.
I'm sorry, I do have a question for staff. I just want to clarify then. So does staff, if we're looking at this application as a whole again, per what I believe the town attorney just told us, does staff support the removal still of 301, like, but not the other two, like support the entire decision that the HPC made, or are you recommending denial for the whole entire application?
So the staff is supporting the decision that the HPC made.
Okay, so just wanted to clarify. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. That was a good question. Thank you. Vice Chair Burnett.
Yeah, I have a further question. I'm confused about the relationship between the Los Gatos Historic Resources Inventory tally sheet and the Ann Bloomfield survey. The Los Gatos Historic Resources Inventory tally gave the buildings a rating of 6 or 7, equating to ineligible or non-contributor, but I think we have the opposite opinion in the Bloomfield survey.
Thank you for the question. This was a topic of confusion during the HPC meeting. So this tally sheet is what was used by Ann Bloomfield in conducting this survey. So it's a part of the same packet. You know, ultimately this is back from the 90s, and it's not entirely clear why one sheet says one thing and then the other sheet says another.
Does that answer your question as best as possible?
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
And we do have senior planner Sean Mullen joining us this evening as well, and so he may have something to add to these questions.
Yes, since you turned your camera on, I'm assuming that you do. So.
Thank you. I don't at this time, but I did just want to make sure that I was available. If I handled or took this project through the HPC in Ryan's absence, and am happy to help if needed.
Oh, thank you for that. So another resource for us. Any other questions for staff at this point? Okay, so then I will turn to the appellant, and the appellant has up to, well, since it's all one property, it should be 5 minutes. But if it turns out you need more time, we can be somewhat flexible. So,
thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for hearing this tonight. I'll try to make it brief. You folks have been through a goodly long meeting here. First, in regards to, let's just be clear, I think whichever staff member, I don't know if it was Ryan who put this Exhibit 7 together, it's just dynamite. I wish I would have come up with this before HPC because it's really good. So I'm wondering if can Exhibit Can Exhibit 7, page 1 be put up from on this? Because I think it's really helpful. I think Ryan accidentally misspoke about 303, and I do want the commission to, not, I want to be absolutely straight on what we're talking about in terms of some of these numbers. So if that could be put up, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead and continue speaking. We will work to pull that up for you.
Thank you. When it comes up, you'll see that if you go back to 1928, there's a 301, a 305, and a 307. There is no such thing as a 303. Then what you find out is 301, the tea room, gets torn down. That's the corner building. And this huge thing gets built with all the windows in 1952. So everybody was pretty clear on that. That's not a hard one. So of course HPC was happy to say that's out because it doesn't work. And that took care of the space between the old tea room at 301 and 305, because there's always you got the building space on this. So then when we get to 305, what happens is at some point in time, and nobody knows when, the old 305 gets renamed to 303. This is where it gets confusing. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Can you go just a little higher, because we do need a little there. There you go. So at the top of the screen, you'll see 301, 305, 307. So 301 is the tea room. That's gone. The corner building's built. 305, that is later renamed 303. So for the rest of tonight, when I talk about 303, I mean the old 305. You'll see there's a 20-foot space between the old buildings of 307 and the old 305, now called 303. That is where they built what today is called 305. So when when HPC made the comment, this doesn't have historic integrity, they weren't kidding. Because it didn't exist. It was late. It was built far later. And so that's why I'm asking. The first thing is there's really nothing to talk about on 305. It was built far later, and nobody disagrees with that. Now that we're on page 2 with the overlays, one point again, I think this was a dynamite idea. But please note, commissioners, all of these yellow outlines. Of course, you need to shift them over because they're not quite aligning. So for instance, if you go to the middle yellow outline, you'll see that fits pretty well over what we call 303. I mean, it's about the same rectangular shape. And the same with, if you look at 307, you can see there's, it's not as big. And I noted that 307 is 10 feet has been added to it. But basically, you can put it over and at least part of it is the same and part of it isn't. So in between those two, that building that is called 305, it's obviously brand new. So now let me kind of finish up here by talking about really where the action is tonight, and that is 303 and 307. So 303 and 307, so let's start with 303. The first thing, of course, is it no longer has a left wall or a right wall. In addition, if you look at the photos that I've given, it no longer has the overhang that was once ever over it, if you look back at the HPC file. In addition, it has now been raised up with a table and chairs where there used to be just sidewalk. And overall, no one knows the answer to this, but I ask you, do you think in the 1930s, they would have put in plate glass windows? In other words, the changes that have happened are so significant that it really, I think, can be safely said to no longer have any structural integrity, doesn't have the potential to convey significance. As for 307, it no longer has a left wall. The right wall has now been completely boarded up. I think I submitted photos to HPC, and hopefully you saw them, that showed that looks like about in the 60s, there were windows over there and people were parking there. And now, the windows are gone. And so overall, there is so little historic integrity to this. It doesn't meet any of, I think it easily, just to conclude here, that not a single one of these 5 that you folks are being asked to rule on, really there's kind of 2 categories. One is number 5. These are the findings that I'm asking the commission to make. The integrity has been compromised, such as the structure no longer has the potential to convey significance. If you find that, it doesn't matter what else you find. So I think both 303 and 307 fulfill that. Number 2, if you don't find that, I do believe 1 through 4 are met. It's not associated with any events. No one's contested that. No significant persons are associated with this site. There's, what is distinctive about this particular building, and the structure certainly doesn't yield any information on town history. My goodness, the only history you get is that the town has changed massively over 60 years. And welcome to 2020, where we have kind of a mall where there used to be in the 30s 3 houses. So I would ask the commission to find that the entire property, namely 301, well, 301's already gone, but 303, 305, 307, and of course 301 should be removed from the historic inventory. And finally, the last small point I'll make is the reason to do this is when you're talking about spending 5 figures or 6 figures to redo something in order to find out, hey, could we do a massive redo of a building? When you find out that you have to build around one particular little aspect of a property, and that substantially, you may find developers are not even interested.
Okay, I guess I gave you some extra time because Ms. Harper raised her hand a couple minutes ago. So I think we get the gist of it. And also, you had a lot of detail that's in our staff report about your position on each of the individual items. But and your additional comments were very helpful because the Exhibit 7 is new, and it helps to clarify this situation. So let me ask if any commissioners have questions for you. Vice Chair Barnett.
My first question is the HPC allowed you the opportunity to provide further evidence regarding the historical character of 303, 305, and 307. And I was wondering, and they denied those without prejudice. I was wondering if you gave consideration to providing further information. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll tell you the same thing I told the HPC. I spent hours in the library. In fact, the librarian who used to handle the photos is gone. So I had to kind of do my own thing and go through hundreds and hundreds of files and folders and could find nothing historical on the photo end. I do give you everything I could ever find in the directories, and that was in my original plan, but I don't know where else to get information apart from phone books and photos. So I kind of gave up.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And Chair, if I might ask another question?
Sure.
So in your materials, Mr. Millen, you state that historical research shows that the current buildings on North Santa Cruz were either rebuilt or remodeled in the 50s and 60s. They no longer have Mediterranean style that was noted in the 1990 Bloomfield survey. But I'm confused because the 1990 survey came after the 50s and 60s, obviously. So do you have an explanation about why it might have been found historic in 1990, despite the 50s and 60s changes?
Well, okay. At this point in time, and again, since we don't have beautiful photographs of what this looked like in 1941, I'm a little unclear on exactly what we're talking about when we say Mediterranean style. Because if you go and look at the buildings, everything has changed so much. Even from the pictures that Anne Bloomfield has, you can see there are changes. There's an overhang. I'm not sure if that was the Mediterranean style. The windows on the side of 307. I don't know, maybe part of it might have to do with my ignorance of what Mediterranean style is. I'm not sure if there's a precise definition of that, but I guess the point is all these buildings have been congealed together, and it no longer has whatever made it a unique house in 1941. It's not there anymore. So that was the essence of what I was trying to say.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Mullen has his hand up, so I'm going to let him talk.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would offer to maybe help clarify the point with the Ann Bloomfield survey is, it's my understanding that Bloomfield survey was a windshield survey. She did not, her team didn't, to my knowledge, go in and investigate the buildings from the inside or get too up close to them. My understanding is that it was performed from a distance, so like the street. It's possible or plausible even that any changes that took place after 1941, which there seems to be some evidence of in exhibits 7 and 8, maybe were done in a way that when Ms. Bloomfield did the survey, it still appeared to have some historic reference. That may help with some clarification here.
Thank you for that. Any other commissioners have questions for the appellant? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So then we would turn to the verbal communications. And this would be a time for any members of the public to speak on this item. And if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. And we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
And it does look like we have a few hands raised. Ms. Quintana, we will start with you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear
3
you.
minutes.
Okay. Actually, I think there are two different subjects that need to be covered here, and I'm not sure it's fair to do it limited to 3 minutes for both. The first one is the recommendation by the town attorney that those who served on the Historic Preservation Committee when these things came to them, that it's necessary for them to recluse themselves because they might be prejudiced. However, this is a de novo hearing, as the attorney explained. It's a totally new hearing. Nothing that happened in the past actually applies to it anymore. It needs to be considered as a separate hearing. Number one. Number two, if you apply that reasoning, that if you've been involved in any kind of decision making, not just on an appeal, but on anything, that you then should not be able to participate when it goes to the next higher level if you happen to be on that level too, i.e. when we did the HAB, there are planning commissioners on it. Should they need to recluse themselves when that comes up at the end of this meeting because they might be prejudiced because they were involved in that? This makes no sense to me at all. And I really request that the Planning Commission seriously consider asking that either this be continued until it's possible for the attorney to check with the state attorney general as to whether this would be considered of something that would require the reclusing of the participants of the previous reviewing body. Second to that, I would just say on the project, I don't know too much. I haven't covered or listened to it, but I do believe that Hannigan's has a long history in Los Gatos, and that there are significant portions of that building that are clearly visible as what it used to be. And the provisions for the historic preservation do say that consideration of correcting the changes should be considered to bring it back to its historic nature. I think this is significant enough as to what's going on here that there should be a professional historical architect looking at this and reporting on it, not just the applicant going to the library and doing his own research.
Okay, well said, thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Quintana? Commissioner Jana?
Yeah, not a question for Ms. Quintana, but related to her assertion that we should be considering the C.B. Hannigan site. It's my understanding that the town council has already removed that from our purview at this meeting, and we're only considering the 4 properties on okay. So thank you for that. Thank you for the head nodding.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Quintana specifically, other than the comment by Commissioner Jana? I don't see any. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Yes, and Catherine Somers, you should be able to speak. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Catherine Summers. I'm the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce here in Los Gatos. And while I was not planning on speaking tonight, this topic is of utmost interest to me. Opportunity knocks, and I really have to encourage you to allow the property owner to give him some runway as to what he can do with that property. It is such a valuable piece of property in town, and I work with all of the merchants and restaurants at that end of the boulevard, and they continually ask me how to make that end of town more vibrant. That corner spot where we know the ABC rug store was, where we all know and loved C.B. Hannigan's, which is not coming back at any time ever and has been taken off the historic list. But that whole corner could completely change the vibrancy at that end of town. And I do not think that you can continue to restrict a property owner to stay within the realm of keeping it historic, because he can't rent that property. I've had multiple people come to my office asking about that property, but when they hear about the restrictions that are placed on it because of the historical significance, they walk away instantly. And I think that is what needs to be considered tonight, is how do you envision the Santa Cruz Avenue 5-10 years from now? We've talked about the complete, changing the landscape of the whole street. That corner has to be considered. There is not, maybe at one time in 1941, it was beautiful. It no longer is. There's other buildings along that Santa Cruz Avenue, North Santa Cruz Avenue, that need to really be looked at as well. But this is the first that could really set the stage for what Los Gatos could and should look like 5 to 10 years from now. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration so that we open it up to possibility and to opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Summers. And do any commissioners have questions? Well, again, thank you. That was very helpful to hear your perspective. And is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay. If there are no other people from the public who want to comment on this item, then we go back to the applicant appellant, who has up to additional 3 minutes to address the commission.
If you would like to address the commission further, please raise your hand. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I will be very brief. I think Ms. Summers absolutely hit it, which is there are some who believe that neighboring municipalities like Campbell are somehow moving ahead a little bit because some of their rules are perhaps a bit different than ours. This happens to be one of the areas that is, open to a lot of discretion. I appreciate things like the height numbers aren't 19, 18, it is what it is. But this is something where one can really ask, does this really meet the code? And I believe that Ms. Summers' comments puts the commission in a perfect position to go ahead and say that these structures don't have the potential to convey significance. So we can do something to make Los Gatos vibrant and alive on this particular corner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Millen? Okay, I think you stated your point so eloquently, and we also have your appeal. So I think we have the information we need, and I will go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the commissioners if you have any additional questions for staff, want to make any comments, and then ultimately we need to get to a motion. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to echo the appellant's comment that Exhibit 7 is particularly helpful. Just seeing those footprints from 1928 Sanborn compared to the 2013 building permit is insightful. You know, when I love the history of the town. I love the Historic Preservation Committee. I love its charter. I proudly served on that group for many years. The problem that I'm having with the decision that they've made is that we're looking at facades. We're looking at 2 facades of what used to be 3 distinct historic residences. When you look at the Sanborn map, I believe the D on there means it's a dwelling. You know, we used to say this all the time that whatever was there isn't there anymore, and it's hard for me to look at these properties. I mean, I appreciate certain elements that are there. I appreciate the diagonal stepping on the you know, that does speak to a different time. It speaks to you know, small shops and that sort of thing. But when we're looking at the structures themselves, you know, 303, 305 is a building that has a little bit of what might have been the facade of 305. And 307 is a building that has what looks to be the facade of an old building, but there's nothing else there. I'm having a hard time imagining why we would be preserving a facade. And if you think about what they would be forced to do, I mean, you wouldn't, a decision to deny the appellant would be, okay, you have to keep those facades. Well, what do you do with 2 standing walls? I'm having a real hard time from a practical standpoint, finding that these facades have historic merit to retain. But I'm open to other commissioners' thoughts.
Thank you for that. Before I go to Commissioner Thomas, I just wanted to ask a quick question, and I'll be right back with you. My question for staff was, I'm looking at the findings on page 4 of the staff report, the 5 findings. Is it necessary is it a all or nothing, or is it, if you can make one of the findings? I in reading through it, it didn't sound like you had to make all of them. You just had to find one of them, but I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Thank you for the question, and Mr. Mullen can chime in if I misinterpret this. But it's my understanding you have to make all 5 of the findings.
To remove the property from the historic. Okay.
Correct.
Is that, and you would concur with that? You're nodding your head, so.
Yeah, I would concur with that. When you read through the findings, those findings are derived from the purpose section of the Historic Preservation Committee's charter in the town code. And if you separate each of those as a category, any one of those could make a property historic. So any one of them making it historic, to make the finding to remove it from the inventory, you'd have to find that all of them are not applicable to that property, if that helps clarify things.
Yes, it does. I like I said, because to proceed any further, it would be important to kind of be thinking that way. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. We're on the same page. I was actually quite literally, I was going to say, can we look at these 5 findings and just go through them and discuss? I'm curious. My initial thoughts on this are definitely aligned with Commissioner Janoff, but I am curious to hear what Vice Chair Barnett has to say too, because I know that, and anyone else that has experience with some of this with the Historic Preservation Committee, but looking at the and then kind of going through and checking off the list for these 5, I think that would be a good way to go with this discussion.
Well, Vice Chair Burnett's collecting his thoughts. I was going to weigh in. I did not sit on the Historic Preservation Committee, but as a planning commissioner now in my 9th year, I have, been at many of the appeals of Historic Preservation Committee decisions, and normally I would say that the Historic Preservation Committee, and I think in this case has been very thorough, but I do think that Exhibit 7 presents some additional information that was not available to the Historic Preservation Committee when they were reviewing this. And although I think we have to go through all of the findings, I agree very much with Commissioner Janoff in that from what I can see, that this is a very difficult problem in that you have the multiple properties that are basically one property. And it presents a very, very difficult thing to hold on to such a small part of what might be historic that would stand in the way of them making it something better. And it's not clear what we're trying to preserve. Because clearly for Exhibit 7, it shows that it's already evolved so much from what it was. So we have to talk about the findings, but I mean, my preliminary thoughts are that it doesn't make sense to hold this to 2 facades out of the entire building. So Vice Chair Barnett and then Commissioner Thomas.
The only finding that I had a potential problem with was, if I can go to that, number 3, there's no distinctive characteristics of time period or method of construction. We do have the 2 facades, which arguably for Oak and Rye and Raspberry Lips show some Mediterranean or Spanish colonial style with respect to the facades. But I think that's questionable, and I could certainly make all of the other findings. And so I would support a motion to grant the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Very well said. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett. I did also, when I initially went through this, that was one that I had questions about also, but it does say period or method of construction or representation of work of a master. And I'm not entirely confident about that saying, but I'm not sure that about that phrase. I see Commissioner Janoff raise her hand, so she can clarify that in a moment. And then my other comment was that I do think that the inside, especially because of all of the remodeling and things that have been done over the years, that I do think that the integrity has been compromised. And it was really helpful for me to learn from Mr. Safdie that in the 90s, the what's it called, and Bloomfield survey, they didn't go inside. So that really clarified some of that for me and made me more confident about number 5 with regards to the findings, but I'll turn it over to Commissioner Janoff.
Go ahead, Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Typically around number 3, this speaks to construction. There's a couple of examples in town you may or may not be familiar with. There's a house on Los Gatos Boulevard that looks like it's stucco, but it's embedded with tiny little rocks. And it's a work of a certain craftsman. Further down on University is the Perrin building, which is the red brick building that is close to North Highway 9. That's got a unique craftsman. I mean, there's a certain craftsmanship behind that that's very unique and has its own history. So number 3 for me has to do with that kind of, it's the physical thing. And I did want to confirm that the Anne Bloomfield, just like historic preservation, the purview of historic preservation in Los Gatos isn't the interior of the structure. We have many examples of Victorians with modern interiors. So it's really, it's what the character of Los Gatos, that historic character of Los Gatos, is the external aesthetic. It's not got to do with the internal. And I also wanted to mention that the part of what the Anne Bloomfield information was used for is to assist the Bell Ringer project, which was to identify 100 properties in town that had significant historic status. And they were using data such as at Bloomfield's in order to inform some of those. I think that's the case anyway. So I'm personally comfortable that we can make the finding for number 3.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. And I'd go back and ask Commissioner Danoff. So just so we can make sure that we go through all the findings. Number 1 is the structure is not associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the town. I hadn't heard anything on that, so that seems like
typically it could be a resident. There's a house that John Steinbeck resided in, or Olivia de Havilland, or whatever, or it might be an architect who lived in there, or it could be in the case of I think it's the Crawley home on Broadway. So it was a founding businessman or woman in town, or a politician in town, someone of stature would be what we're looking at number 1.
Okay, got it. Okay, all right. So then, and that's really helpful that you sat on the Historic Preservation Committee and know all these buildings to give us this commentary. So second one is no significant persons are associated with the site. And so
same idea. I'm number 1 and number 2 are sort of similar. The event part of number 1 might be, did some significant person get married here? I don't know. It could be like that. But number 2 is definitely again with the persons associated, architect.
Okay.
Resident.
All right, and we just talked about 3, which is what it means, the distinctive characteristics being the work and including the work of a master. Number 4, the structure does not yield information to town history.
Yeah, again, I think that could be, I'm going to get the name wrong, but the Yifong something or other house that's up off of College, off of Reservoir, is a structure that has a unique story behind it. It's a very unique looking structure. So the house or the building tells a story itself. And that's not what we have in this case.
Right. And definitely, since the Hannigan's part of it is not under consideration anyways, that would have been the only thing that we could have talked about. Okay, number 5, the integrity has been compromised such that the structure no longer has the potential to convey significance. And I think we had plenty of evidence that, especially with Exhibit 7, that showed us that was the case, as well as the photos and whatnot. Did you have any other thoughts on that, Commissioner Tanner?
No, and often that's exactly it. You may have had something at one time, but over time modifications have been made such that whatever was there isn't really, you don't really see it. Or in this case, you see so little of it that it no longer informs the historic nature that it was.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just so that everyone has their own thought process on this. Are there, Vice Chair Burnett or Commissioner Thomas, did you have any other thoughts on these 5 findings that we should think about that might not have been mentioned? Vice Chair Burnett.
Yeah, I do not, but I think it's important to recognize the hard work of the HPC on the issue. And it's notable that it was a 5-0 vote. So we appreciate that, but I concur with your opinion that Exhibit 7 was not before them, and perhaps their decision would have been otherwise. Thank you.
That was my thinking as well, because normally we have the Historic Preservation Committee here, and they did vote 5-0 So I think we have to, weigh that in our thoughts as well. Okay. Are there other comments that Commissioner Thomas?
I don't have any comments, but I'm ready to make a motion if.
Go for it.
I move to grant the appeal of the Historic Preservation Committee decision to deny removal of a presumptive historic property pre-1941 from the Historic Resources Inventory on property zoned C-2, APN 510-14-048. And I can make all of the required findings in Exhibit 2. No, all numbers 1 through 5.
Okay, very good. And do we have to do CEQA and all that stuff, staff? I didn't think we did, but.
No.
Okay, all right, good. All right, second, Commissioner Jana.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, good. I think we've talked this thing through, but I'll just offer up if anyone else want to make any comments before we vote. Nope. Okay, so we'll take a roll call vote. I'll go with Commissioner Thomas first.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bennett?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So staff, are there any appeal rights by this action of the commission?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Appeal rights. The decision of the commission can be appealed to town council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 2910-020 within 10 days on forms available online with fees paid. Final deadline is 4 p.m. on the 10th day.
Okay, very good. So then we will go ahead and move on to item 4, which is, and then do we need to bring back our 2 commissioners that don't need to be recused? Or should I read out the item first? Staff, give me some guidance here.
We will promote them to participate. They'll need to accept.
And just so people in the public that are watching this on TV or otherwise, neither Commissioner Raspy nor Commissioner Clark were at the meeting where the decision was made on item 4. So they are able to be here for the consideration of this item by the Planning Commission. Did I get that right, Town Attorney? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I guess we need to wait for Commissioner Clark to come back.
Yeah, I have attempted to promote her to panelist.
I see she's there. So,
well, I allowed her to speak, but she has not accepted the promotion to panelist. So let's see if we can get her transferred over correctly. It may be, Chair, that she's not. Oh, here we go. She should be joining us shortly.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. And then the final comment to the public that Commissioner Burnett was actually at the meeting where this decision was made, and now that she's on the Planning Commission, so she needs to be recused for the same reason that she did for the last item. Okay, so item 4 is considering an appeal of a Historic Preservation Committee decision to deny a request to modify the previously approved front door of a new single-family residence located in the Broadway Historic District on property zoned R-1D LHP, located at 253 Main Street, West Main Street, APN 510-45-006, minor development in a historic district application, HS-22-051. Property owner and appellant are Mike and Kim Wasserman. Our applicant is Bess Worsama, Studio 3 Design, and our project planner is Sean Mullen. And may I see a show of hands from commissioners that have been able to visit the subject property? Okay, very good. And are there any disclosures? Okay, so then we'll go ahead with the staff report.
Thank you and good evening. Before you this evening is an appeal, the HPC's decision to deny modification of a front door previously approved under an architecture and site application for a new residence under construction in the Broadway Historic District. The subject property is located on the south side of West Main Street across from its intersection with Tate Avenue. A new residence is currently under construction, which was recommended for approval by the HPC and approved by the DRC in 2020. In November 2022, staff was made aware that the installed front door was not consistent with the door approved by the DRC. Staff determined that the installed front door was not consistent with condition of approval number 1 for the residence, which requires that the project be completed in substantial conformance to the approved plans. Staff was unable to find an administrative remedy to allow the modification at the staff level and scheduled the request for the next available HPC meeting. For context, the front door is the approved front door is a divided light aluminum clad wood door, and the installed front door is an antique hand carved wood door with heavy relief. In their letters of justification, the property owners detail the history and familial origins of the proposed front door. The HPC considered the request on December 14th, 2022. Following discussion, a motion to approve the request was offered by one of the 3 attending committee members, but it failed to secure a second. After additional discussion, a motion to deny the request was made, seconded, and passed by a 2-to-1 vote, with the HPC finding that the proposed door was not consistent with the chosen architectural style or with the Broadway Historic District as required by section 2980-290 of the town code. On December 20th, 2022, the property owner appealed the HPC's decision to the Planning Commission, raising the following points in their letter, which are discussed in more detail in your staff report. First, that the proposed door is in fact consistent with section 2980-290 of the town code, as it complements the architectural style, arrangement, texture, materials, and color of the residence. Second, that the proposed door does not adversely affect the exterior architectural characteristics or other features of the property. And third, that the proposed door brings some history to the property. Additionally, the architect for the project provided a letter detailing how the proposed door is appropriate and consistent for the chosen Tudor Revival style of the residence. This information in this letter was not provided prior to the HPC meeting, so it was not available to the HPC for their discussion. The architect, as well as the appellant, also stressed that the front door would be well set back from the street, and which would reduce its prominence. Lastly, in an addendum distributed yesterday, the applicant provided a letter indicating that inaccurate information was presented by a committee member during HPC discussion that led to the vote to deny the request. Staff received a number of public comments for the project that were distributed with your staff report and aforementioned addendum. Based on the analysis provided in your staff report and the HPC's December 20th, 2022 decision, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the HPC to deny the modification to the approved front door. If the Planning Commission finds merit in the appeal, staff has provided alternative actions that can be taken in your staff report tonight. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, just really quick before I take any other questions for commissioners, could you explain the rationale behind recommending denial of the appeal?
Yes, thank you for that question, and Planning Manager Armour may have something to add. I will say that it's typical that the staff supports the recommendation or the decision of the body that made the decision, for lack of a better term, and I'll let Planning Manager Armour chime in as well.
Yes, thank you. That is correct, that generally our standard policy is that we are bringing forward to you the recommendation or decision that was made by the previous deciding bodies. And that is also consistent with the way that we take any recommendation or decision that's been made by the Planning Commission to Town Council, regardless of the appeal. Though, as you have seen in your staff report and the project planner has stated, we do provide you alternatives that could be considered if the additional information provided is persuasive in your discussions and consideration for your decision.
Thank you for that. Let's see if there's any questions for staff. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd just like to add on to that question and clarify that the new information that has been provided to us that wasn't provided to that the HPC didn't have, and or any public comments, and since then haven't staff didn't they compiled and gave it to us, but you didn't take that into account with your recommendation.
That's correct. I mean, obviously we read through all the comments and all the new information provided so that we can provide a summary for you in our staff report, but we're forwarding the appeal and providing a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also add that in general with the Historic Preservation Committee, because of the character of that body, staff doesn't generally make a specific recommendation. We lay out the information that's been provided and the findings or considerations that need to be made. And so in this case, it's really just bringing forward to you the decision that was made by them.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I just think it's important in the event that I don't know what the Planning Commission will decide, but if we were to grant the appeal, we'll want to understand what went behind that and make sure that we're transparent. Okay. So any other questions for staff? All right. So then I would like to invite the appellant applicant to speak to the commission for up to 5 minutes.
And so I see Mike Wasserman is one of the people who have their hand raised. So I'm going to allow them to speak. If there is anyone else from your team that you'd like to have as part of your 5 minutes, you can do so. You should be able to unmute now, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. For the last 20 years, I have served Los Gatos as a councilman, a mayor, and a county supervisor. That said, and as a 50-year resident of Los Gatos, I thank you for your volunteer service. Thank you also for reading the history of our door and the 24 letters of support for our door and the petition signed by 65 neighbors in support of our door, including everyone on our street. What's more appropriate in a historic district? An historic wooden door that goes well with the design, or a new aluminum-clad glass door? I don't know why this simple question has reached your level of government, but it has. Please let us add something historical to our home. We're in the historic district, so why should we be forced to use a new door that provides no safety or privacy and certainly doesn't add any historical significance to the property? So how, on a 2-to-1 vote, did the HPC vote against our door? Why did 2 people vote for new aluminum and glass, knowing every home on our street prefers our wood door? Upon review of the tape, 3 erroneous statements were made, which likely resulted in their decision. I listed each one for you with timestamps in my January 7th email. Imagine the HPC voting we use an aluminum-clad glass door, perhaps fabricated last month, as our front door in an historic district instead of using our historic wooden door. That just doesn't make sense and is why we're here before you now. On page 2 of 8 of the staff report under findings, staff says our project complies with the residential design guidelines. And then under considerations in section 29.80.290, it basically asks, does the proposed door adversely affect the exterior architectural characteristics or other features of the property? Does the proposed door adversely affect the relationship in terms of harmony and appropriateness with its surroundings, including neighboring structures, or adversely affect the character or the historical, architectural, or aesthetic interest or value of the district? The simple answer is no to all those questions. There are no adverse effects to anything listed in section 29.80.290. Those questions answered no means our appeal should be answered yes. Our architect, Bess Wiersma, with decades of experience designing homes, is here to answer any questions you may have about the appropriateness of this wooden door to the home style. And as far as appropriateness, both the home to the left of us and the one across the street have solid wood front doors, as do 50 other homes of various styles in our neighborhood, as listed in your packet. Our door adds interest and history to our home, which is nice, especially since we have the Happy Dragon thrift shop, a nail salon, and a massage parlor only 70 feet away. Please know there are 40 residents of West Main, Broadway, and Tate that have signed a petition in favor of our historic door as identified at the bottom of each sheet. No one was opposed. Besides meeting section 29.80.290, you also have the opportunity to accomplish one of the purposes identified in Historic Preservation Town Code 29.80.215, which speaks about protecting and displaying a unique asset of a person important to local history. You can do this by allowing the preservation and display of the unique childhood door of the only person who is a Los Gatos mayor and a Santa Clara County supervisor. Also, and it's no small matter, a large glass door provides little to no privacy or safety, which is of great concern to my wife, especially given our proximity to the commercial district. So please ask yourself these two questions. Isn't it more appropriate that this historic wooden door go on this home in a historic district than a new aluminum clad glass door? And secondly, since our door doesn't adversely affect the things listed in Residential Design Guidelines section 29.80.290, shouldn't our appeal be granted? That said, I'll close by respectfully asking that after hearing from the public, one of you makes the motion to grant the Wasserman's appeal based on section 29.80.290 and 29.80.215, as their historic wooden door does not adversely affect anything listed from that section, and it protects a unique asset. Thank you, Jennifer, and I believe that's 5 minutes on the button.
I did not see Ms. Armour raise her hand. So it seems like you hit the 5 minutes. And I will ask the commissioners if you have any questions for Mr. Wasserman. Commissioner Respi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wasserman, for your presentation. One question. So as I understand it, this matter comes to us because there was a unpermitted or requested change to the front door from the original design. There was a door in the original design, and this door has now been substituted in its place. Can you tell me why this door wasn't part of the original design?
Absolutely. Am I being heard now, or do I need to raise my hand again?
No, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
You can hear me. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. 2 years ago, when we submitted our plans, we drew in basically a generic door. 6 months ago, I got word from my former planning department, former as of 11 days ago, county planning department, that said my childhood home had been approved to be demolished so that a new home could be built in its place. I called up the owner, congratulated him on the acquisition of the historic property, and offered him a copy of my mother's thesis that she wrote when she became an architect. He said, "Thank you very much for that history. And was there anything he could do for me?" I said, "Yes, sir. Could I have my front door?" He said, "Absolutely. We're knocking down your house. You can have whatever you want." So my contractor, Dave Zikovich, went over, picked up the door, and put it on. If I would have had that door 2 years ago, Mr. Commissioner, it would have been in the plans. I didn't have the door, so it couldn't be in the plans. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you for asking.
All right, thank you. Do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Wasserman? Okay, I'm not seeing any. And thank you for your, as well as for your detailed description and collecting all the neighborhood letters as well. We should go ahead and go to verbal communications for this item. And it does look like several people have their hands raised. And so if you want to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a number of people interested in speaking, so we will start with Jonathan Knowles. You should be able to unmute. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you also, commissioners, for your service. My name is Jonathan Knowles. I've lived in Los Gatos for many years and am actively involved in our community. You may know that through Jazz on the Plaza, which Terry Hope and I have been running for 20 years now. I've served as a commissioner in our fine town and a number of other initiatives. I have a deep appreciation for the unique historic, artistic, and just the character of our little gem of the Valley of Heart's Delight that we live in here. And one of the things that I take such great pleasure in is, especially during Jazz on the Plaza, having people come early and walking around our downtown neighborhood and our historic downtown and showing off what we have. And I was so thrilled to see this 300-year-old door installed in this place. I had no idea it belonged to Mike Wasserman, who I've known for many years, and was just absolutely overwhelmed with joy that we could potentially have yet another piece of history in our town, and how appropriate it seemed to me to have a 300-year-old wooden door from a church in Mexico in what once was El Rancho de la Recanada de los Gatos. And then learned that this was going on and that he might not be able to keep it. And so I'm here tonight to please ask your consideration in allowing the Wassermans to have this very special, beautiful piece of history be allowed to be a part of our town. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Knowles? I'm not seeing any, but thank you very much for your comments. And staff, you're monitoring who raised their hand when, because we have quite a few.
That is correct.
That was a question.
Yes. Yes, I'm keeping track and tracking the order in which they have raised their hands. So the next is Steve McGrath.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes,
we can hear you. Yeah.
Great. My name's Steve McGrath. I live at 305 West Main Street. We are directly adjacent to Mike and Kim's new property. We live in a house with a wonderful solid wood front door, offering safety and security to our family. Firstly, I'm devastated that in the previous agenda item, someone mentioned that CB Hannikin's is never going to open again. I met my wife there in 2002, and it's hard to imagine it going away, but eventually I guess we have to let go of it. Regarding the door, I think the challenge in living in a historic area is when a brand new building is built, is to find ways to make sure that that building complements the surroundings. And I can think of no better way than to allow Mike and Kim to use their historic door in their new property, as opposed to the ultra modern aluminum clad standard door that was the alternative. I will be brief. Mike and Kim are incredibly great neighbors. To look and find a couple that personifies historic Los Gatos would be very difficult. We absolutely support their request to please allow them to use the historic door. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I'll end it there.
Well, we thank you for your comments, Mr. McGrath, and I'll ask if any commissioners have questions for you. It doesn't look like we do, but thank you for your comments again.
Right, next will be Kira Fields. You should be able to unmute. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm speaking today to ask that you approve the Wasserman's antique wooden door. I feel the door is inoffensive, fits in well with the style of their new home, and adds value to the surrounding neighborhood. So I ask that you please approve the appeal to allow for this beautiful door to adorn in the front of their home. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Field? I don't see any, but thank you.
Next is Erin.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Erin O'Brien. I'll be very brief this evening. I am calling in strong support of the Wassermans to be able to use their wooden front doors. I have seen these doors and they are spectacular and completely in keeping with the integrity and beauty of the historical district. And they're not just more beautiful than an aluminum clad door, but as you've heard, they themselves are historic, having multi-generational importance to the Wasserman family. So how fitting for them to be in a home in the historic district. So I ask you please to support the approval of these doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Do any commissioners have questions for Erin? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Next is Robert McCartney. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My wife and I have lived in Los Gatos for about 18 years, and we knew Mr. Wasserman and his wife when they were our neighbors on Broadway. Having looked at these doors and having spoken with Mr. Wasserman, it seems to me that these doors evoke a number of historical aspects of Los Gatos, and moreover, they bring a historical context to the building that simply wouldn't be addressed by generic doors. So I support Mr. Wasserman's appeal, and I hope that you will also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. McCartney. Do any commissioners have questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you again.
All right, next is Ray. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ray Robidoux. My wife, Leslie, and I have owned a business in downtown Los Gatos for over 20 years. We fully appreciate and enjoy the historical character of Los Gatos and the many homes in the town. We've seen this beautiful door and we think it goes very well with the design of the home, and frankly believe it's fully compatible and complementary to the historical nature of the neighborhood and the homes in the area. So both of us ask that you consider approving the appeal of the Wassermans for their door. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robidoux. Do any commissioners have questions? Okay, I don't see any, but thanks, Ken.
All right, next is Claire Leclerc. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. I am in favor of the Wassermans using the hand-carved historic wooden door as their front door in the town's historic district. I feel that there's a lot of memories attached to that door, and it is absolutely beautiful. So I hope that you will consider approving his appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Leclerc? I'm not seeing any, but thank you again.
All right, next is Joanne Talesford. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Good evening, honorable planning commissioners. I am Joanne Talesford. I've been a resident of Los Gatos since 1978. Several years ago, I sat as a planning commissioner, as you presently do. I served for 14 years. As chairman of the Planning Commission in 2008, my colleagues and I, along with staff, crafted and edited the residential design guidelines, which included the historic design guidelines. Important to note, we crafted guidelines, not directives, except in certain circumstances. At that time, we ensured the guidelines assisted in the development and renovation of neighborhoods with respect to the enhancement of historic areas to preserve the Los Gatos character. As well, the guidelines allow residents room for creative expression, open to uniqueness in design features, while staying within the neighborhood compatibility. With that being said, I have read all the materials related to this project And I'm speaking to you tonight to support the appeal by Mike and Kim Wasserman to keep a 300-year-old familiar door as the front door of their designated non-historic house in the Broadway Historic Zone, because it is new information since it was first approved back in for the other door, which was the aluminum clad lighted door. As we have read from Mr. Wasserman's letter, this heritage door, as far as I'm concerned, builds on the owner's history, which, while important and imparting a unique and diverse character to his new home, which is encouraged by the historic guidelines. Mr. and Mrs. Wasserman's familiar door will replace an ordinary aluminum clad door, as I spoke about. This familiar door is a contributing feature to a non-historic house in a historic overlay zone. Again, something that guidelines encouraged. In my opinion, and following the design guidelines, therefore, the door neither detracts or adversely affects the character of architecture or aesthetic interest in Los Gatos. In my experience, this 300-year-old Mexican door, as we all have read about, brings the diversity, visual richness, and individual character to this historic neighborhood overlay zone and strengthens the town's historic Hispanic components. In conclusion, I strongly encourage you to approve the addition of the Wasserman 300-year-old door as it adds history, diversity, and falls under the freedom of creative expression intent in keeping with the design guidelines. And before I leave, commissioners, I would like to thank you for your time as serving as a planning commissioner. I know the time it involves. It's a hard job that you do, and it's extremely important to the town of Los Gatos. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Telespor, for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions? Thank you again. And let's see who's next.
Next is Margaret Smith. You should be able to unmute yourself. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Margaret Smith. I am a resident of Los Gatos. I lived for almost 20 years on Tate Avenue in the Almond Grove Historic District and currently reside in downtown Los Gatos. I had the privilege of serving on the Los Gatos Planning Commission, including a term as chair. During that time, I also served on the Historic Preservation Committee under the mentorship of Len Pacheco and his famous or infamous, depending on which side of the table you were sitting, 600-page books of architectural styles. I asked to speak tonight on this agenda item because I was frankly surprised when I learned the appellant's application to install this historic front door on their new home had been denied by a sparsely attended Historic Preservation Committee meeting with a vote of 2-1. I've seen the door and can't help but wonder if in one of Len's 600-page architectural books, we wouldn't learn that a solid wood door is common in a stucco modified Tudor, which is the style of the home the appellants have built in the Broadway Historic District. We in Los Gatos always pride ourselves on our efforts to reuse and recycle. Yet these appellants have been told that a door with a half-century provenance of gracing the front entrance of another Los Gatos home does not deserve to be reused in their home in the Broadway Historic District. And frankly, if I wasn't persuaded by just the beauty of the hand-carved door and its wonderful half-century history here in Los Gatos, I could look to its compliance with section 29.80.290 of the Residential Design Guidelines. In short, these guidelines are applied to ensure that a component of a home does not adversely affect the exterior architectural character of the property. In this case, the door not only does not adversely affect the exterior character of the property, but it actually enhances not only the property, but the historic district within which the property is located. There are scores of letters and emails from neighbors in both the Broadway Historic District and the Almond Grove Historic District that agree that the door not only does not distract from the neighborhood, but makes it an even more special historic district to live in. In closing, I urge you to vote in favor of the appellants. This beautiful, old, hand-carved door supports the uniqueness of the neighborhood, enhances the historic nature of our town, and quite simply, voting in favor of the appeal is the right thing to do. Thank you for your time this evening, and I appreciate the work that you do.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Smith, and we appreciate the that you were on the planning commission as well. And I should have said the same for Ms. Talsford. Any questions for Ms. Smith? I don't see any, but thank you.
Next is Kat Batt. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Kat Battaglia. My husband's Robert White. We live across the street from the Wasserman's new house on West Main Street, and we walk by their home multiple times per day. We viewed and carefully considered their carved wood door, their entry door, as opposed to the aluminum clad glass door that was in the original design. And we feel it's congruent to the house design and as well as the neighborhood. It's agreeable to us as immediate neighbors. Their historic door appears to meld a little better with their particular home design, in our opinion. Please grant the Wasserman's appeal. We'd like to see them be able to use their hand-carved wooden door instead of the aluminum clad glass door that was in the original plans. Their front entry is set back from the street a bit, and it will not be immediately visible to passersby like many of the other houses in the neighborhood or around Los Gatos. Solid wood doors provide a lot more security and safety for the residents inside, which we've recently experienced in an adverse way, terrifying experience, as a matter of fact. But also more sound and weather insulation. So there's a practical consideration of use as well as an aesthetic harmony. Thank you for allowing me to support the Wassermans in their appeal to be granted the use of their carved wood historic front door.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for Ms. Battaglia? I didn't see any, so thank you again.
And the next hand raised is actually Commissioner Susan Burnett. I do believe that she can speak as a private citizen rather than as a member of the HPC, but I'm looking to the town attorney to confirm that.
Common practice for commissioners to speak to other commissions, but there's no rule against it. And so I would proceed.
All right, you have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, and I want to comment that a letter from Mr. Wasserman characterizing what I reviewed and talked about while on the Historic Preservation Committee, characterizing my comments as incorrect. I feel I need to address those because I was correct in my findings. So I need to address those. First, the door is visible coming down on Tate Avenue at 21 Tate. You can see the door. Second of all, in the design guidelines, page 29, 3.6.2, it clearly states most architectural styles have a distinct, unique entry type. Avoid using an entry type that is not part of the style. In 15 or more of my books on American domestic architecture and design, I've yet to find a 300-year-old door from Mexico as an example on a Tudor house. However, I think the samples given by the designer could clearly be appropriate for this house for this home as a Tudor style house, as Tudor style door, sorry. So her examples would perfectly fit, but a 300-year-old door from Mexico does not. Furthermore, the design guidelines, page 47, 4.8, further describe the construction of a historic resource in a historic location, namely the Broadway Historic District, at a higher standard for building and design sensitivity to a surrounding neighborhood. Third, the quote by Mr. Wasserman, I believe, was misquoted clearly on page 55, not 54, 4.10, applies to new construction in one of the town's designated historic districts where 6 or more of the 15 design guidelines would apply and were ignored. His project is not a remodel, it is a new construction. Further, the findings in section 29.80.290, number 2 of the town's historic preservation overlay zone would definitely not allow this appeal to be granted. And the recommendation from the community development director to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the HPC should be honored. And those are my comments. I felt I needed to respond since my name was brought up in a letter and I had to respond to those 3 areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Burnett? Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker is Marilyn. You should be able to unmute.
I lived on Tate Avenue for 30 years, well familiar with Main Street. Mr. Wasserman, the town of Los Gatos, and its government and its process. This takes me back to Talbot's door. You are all too young to remember that. That was settled. This is ridiculous. We love that door. It should be here. And it should be in the historic district. And I recommend that the historic committee rewrite their guide to our district and have it available for the number of people who walk through Broadway, Almond Grove, Fairview, and the historic districts that this town has.
Hi there. I'm here with Marlene as well as Ed Stahl here. I'm Joanne, and I want to thank your committee members for being here tonight. You have a tough job, and that job is to uphold the integrity and beauty of Los Gatos as it continues to grow and evolve, and that's not easy. And when I heard about this debate about these doors, I went to check it out myself. And what I discovered was a stunning example of architectural woodwork. Original pieces with a rich history and personal legacy that is attached to the homeowners. To me, those doors hold a pedigree and a provenance that you will not find elsewhere. And that's exactly what makes our town special, unique, and beautiful. And that's why you are assembled here tonight, to ensure that these values and aesthetics are not only upheld, but encouraged. So I thank you in advance for your hard work and wisdom in approving and welcoming these doors to our community. Thank you. Ed, do you want to speak?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ed Stahl, and 110 Twin Oaks, here in Los Gatos. And I cannot quite understand what this is all about because we had Mike Wasserman for many years. We had kept electing him supervisor, and now we're telling him he can't put in a door that suits his house. It seems awfully ridiculous to me that we're spending this time doing it, and we ought to just approve it and move on. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions? I don't see any, but thank you again.
Next is Mark DeBresson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mark. Thank you for your time, commissioners.
I live at 68 Broadway. We moved here because of the character of not only the town of Los Gatos, but particularly the Broadway neighborhood. We live in a French style house, and one of the reasons why we love the neighborhood is because every house here has a particularity. Ours is French, and really suits the area. We love walking around. We really appreciate the new construction on Main Street. We saw the door in situ and found that it actually added character to the house. And we love to see each houses in the Broadway Historic District with an added piece of character, something that you can notice as you walk around and discuss. The same way we love to discuss every part of our house since we've moved here a year ago. I'd love to see that door on that house and making a talking point when we visit and have visitors. Please grant Mike and Kim's Wasserman's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions from commissioners? Don't see any, but thanks again.
Next is Cameron Hunter.
Good evening, commissioners. My family and I have lived in Los Gatos for 6.5 years, and we've lived on West Main Street, 307 West Main Street for 1.5 years, being a neighbor to Mike Wasserman. Recent rainy days excluded, you'll find me and my kids cycling or walking past the Wasserman's new house each evening on our way down to the plaza to burn off some energy on their bikes. And recently, Mike took the time to talk about the history of this door with me and my children. And I don't see anything more historic than passing along a story to the next generation. I feel like this door is already adding to the community. And I think that it is much better than an aluminum clad door that could be made last month. I feel it provides better safety and privacy for the owners. And it simply just looks more aesthetically pleasing than what was on the original plans. I ask you to please grant the Wasserman's appeal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
Next is Frank. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Frank Villalobos, and I'm speaking in support of Mike Wasserman's appeal to have his front door approved. Now, I frequently drive by Main Street, and I have seen and learned about the history of Mr. Wasserman's door, it being imported from Mexico and having so much personal meaning to him. One of my first impressions was that it, without a doubt, complements the historic character of the neighborhood. But looking deeper, I welcome it as a symbol of diversity and connection. I myself have a Mexican background, and I appreciate the influence of design and culture that can often be seen in many cities and towns within California. Therefore, approving this door would be a reflection of our values of liberty and tolerance. By contrast, and I do appreciate being able to speak after one commissioner made her comments, who I completely disagree with, I would oppose a decision to deny Mr. Wasserman's appeal because the door doesn't belong here. Sadly, that's a comment that I and people of varying backgrounds are too familiar with. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. And any questions? Okay, next speaker.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Phil Knopf, lifetime resident of Los Gatos. And I think it's wonderful that Mike was able to salvage and repurpose those doors in his new home. If you go across the street and look at the old, the building right across the street from Mike, which the old firehouse that then became the museum, it has a rustic wood door on it, not an aluminum clad glass door. So this door does fit the neighborhood and is also much more efficient energy wise. And I hope you grant his appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Okay.
Next is Tom Rizzle.
Hi, good evening. 30+ year resident of the Broadway Historic District. A couple, 3 weeks ago, driving up Main Street, slowed down to see what the progress on the Wasserman house was, and I looked and I said, oh, got a new door. It looks really nice. Continued on home, and I started to hear all this fuss about this. I'm not one of the people that have signed the petition or anything else. So I went down Sunday when it wasn't raining, looked at the door in more detail. You've heard it, you've seen it. It's a great door. You know, it's the artwork, it's solid wood. It absolutely positively fits with the house, the trim of the house, the color of the house, the stucco. So I'm really impressed with the door, right? So I'm walking down the driveway, walking out towards Main Street, and a woman's going down towards town on the other side, and she yells over, "Nice door," with a thumbs up. So of course I said, thank you. But as I'm walking home, I'm thinking, isn't that exactly what we want here? You know, people walk around the neighborhood, they see something, they like it, and they say, great, right? So you should support the Wasserman family getting this family door.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? All right, well, thanks again.
Next is Nancy Pearson.
Hi, everyone. Thank you and good evening. I would just like to simply state my support for the approval of Mike and Kim Wasserman's front door upgrade. I have seen it in person. It is a beautiful, as you've all been hearing all night, hand-carved antique door, happens to be a family heirloom. I really can see no rational reason for this not to be approved. And I would also just like to add in the after Ed Stahl and Marlene's comments, when I told my husband why I wasn't going to have dinner with him tonight when he made me such a nice dinner, and I was listening to all the hard work that you guys do on these super important things going on in our town, he looked at me and just said, "What? You can't change your front door?" He was just, it was just crazy from his perspective and mine. But thank you all for what you do. You are appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Do any commissioners have questions? All right, I don't see anyone. The next speaker.
Next speaker is Labe family. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Howard Labe, and my wife Jill and I are both here. We live in the 100 block of Tate Avenue. We've been here for 27 years, and we are definitely out walking the streets all the time. We probably walk down Main Street 4 times a week on average, in going into town and coming home. And I'll say that I walked past that house many times and didn't notice the door. So I don't feel that it really stands out because of the way it sets back. But on one occasion, we did walk past it and noticed it. And we stopped, and I remember saying to my wife, "Look how cool that door is." And lo and behold, Mike just happened to be outside. I had never met Mike before, but he came out and told us the history of the door and showed us up close what the door looked like. And I will say that the door fits with the house, in my opinion, and it's a really great looking door. The other thing I'd like to say, as a longtime resident on Tate Avenue, I'm not sure how many of the commissioners live in the Almond Grove, but we do have a crime problem. And to belittle that issue is really wrong. I mean, we've had multiple break-ins in our alleys. Having a solid wood door makes sense. So my wife and I both are in favor of the Wasserman's appeal. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, next speaker.
The next speaker, Ed, you've already unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ed Reginelli. I live at 321 West Main Street with my wife, Nicole, and 3 sons. We've been a resident of Los Gatos for 21 years. We are very fortunate to be living next to the Wassermans. They're an amazing family. The improvements that they've made to that plot of land is amazing. I think it's helped the community. It's very appropriate for the historic community that we have here. The door that the Wassermans are proposing to use is a beautiful historic wood door, and in our opinion, would be very appropriate to use in this neighborhood. Kind of add on to what some other folks are saying, it's kind of ridiculous that we're even wasting our time talking about this subject matter. It almost seems like there's some other issue going on here outside of a door. So I just want you to know that we fully support the Wassermans in having this door, and we're asking this committee for their support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Commissioners? No. All right, let's go on to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jim Fuller. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, this is Jim Fuller. My wife Cynthia couldn't stay up this late. She has to go to work in the morning. We've been neighbors of Mike and Kim Wasserman for 22 years. We're over here on Broadway, and we're still neighbors. The fact that we're talking about this door really seems quite silly. The Commissioner Burnett that was speaking earlier, I believe her comments were a bit disingenuous, as the door itself is perpendicular to the direction of traffic on Tate. So all you're going to see driving down Tate is the edge of the door. When you get to the intersection, you can see the door, but she implied that while you're driving down Tate, you're going to see the door, and that's not correct. I was a student as a younger man of Frank Lloyd Wright in architecture, and his main philosophy was using natural elements, and this door is exactly that. It's a natural element. It's made out of wood. It's not manufactured in a factory. It's handcrafted. It's awesome. The fact that we're spending all this time and the town's resources on this subject is just ludicrous. And I would encourage the council to approve Mike's request and move on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Fuller. Any commissioners have questions? I don't see any. So next speaker.
David Carks, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I won't repeat all the eloquent statements made, but I do want to make it clear that I fully support Mike and Kim Wasserman's appeal to have this beautiful, unique door put in. When I think about the community of Los Gatos, it has an identity that it promotes, and that surrounds, its uniqueness, unique shops, unique restaurants, unique people, unique citizens, unique parks, and also its history. And that's exactly what this door provides. It is going to add beauty and significance to the community and the neighborhood. It's not going to detract from anything. So I encourage the commission to vote in favor of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? I don't see any. So next speaker.
Nora Kumi.
I'm Nora Comey. I have lived in the Los Gatos community for over 25 years and personally live in downtown Los Gatos at 309 and 311 West Main, just a few doors down from Mike and Kim Wasserman. Thank you very much. I have worked with the community or with you commissioners prior when I was rebuilding my home. So I know what an incredible job you do. It's very challenging and we appreciate it, which is what's kept the integrity of Los Gatos what it is and such a desirable place to both live and visit. All the things that you have heard tonight, I think you understand how much we support the decision behind this incredible family heirloom that adds nothing but quality, safety, but truly a unique addition to the beautiful neighborhood and the incredible home that is a brand new build. What a beautiful job that they've done redeveloping that piece of property that lay fallow. And now we have an incredible home with a stunning door that has such meaning, and they were able to salvage that. So I'm sure it was just something that got lost in translation. And I'm sure that you will, after such support from the community that you have seen tonight, I really hope that you would reconsider and confirm this decision and for Mike and Kim to have not only a safety, but an incredible addition to the beauty of the neighborhood. And thank you again for all your work on the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Comey, for your comments. Any questions? I don't see any. So next speaker.
So the next speaker, Marlon has spoken before, but there were multiple people in that household. Marlon, Joanne, and Ed all spoke. I'm going to allow them permission to speak, just in case there is someone else who wishes to speak who's not already done so. Otherwise, you can go ahead and lower your hand. Marlon? Okay, great. Then we will move on to the next. Chris Morgan. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Chris Morgan. My family has been here since the 40s. Please excuse me if I cough. I'm recovering from this, whatever, who knows what it is now. Many have pointed out the security issues at play with a glass door, so I won't bother to address that. I will take the art perspective, though, as I'm a third-generation professional woodworker of 20 years and a Los Gatos business owner. Mike and Kim are wonderful neighbors, and it brings me great joy to see their historic art piece out while walking my dog, at the very least. This door is likely one of the most locally historic artifacts currently existing in this town. While the preservationist in me could argue that it should be in a glass case in a museum, I feel that the art and fine craftsmanship should be shared with the public. We have modern sculptures and various bobcat statues around town, most of which have zero history and some may have been manufactured yesterday. This door absolutely belongs proudly displayed with a family that loves and shares its history. I strongly encourage allowing the Wassermans to carry on their tradition and give joy to the neighborhood. The fact that so many neighbors are up at almost 11, we're almost 11 now on a Wednesday, speaking in support of his door should tell you all you need to know. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Morgan. Any questions from commissioners? Not seeing any. No. And I don't see any more hands raised. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak on this item?
That is correct. If there's anyone who has not had a chance to speak on this item this evening, but wishes to do so, please raise your hand. Lee Quintana. Go ahead.
Okay. I think this evening is interesting. Certainly, we all appreciate Mike Wasserman's contribution to the town and to the county. And I appreciate all the people who have spoken, including all those who have lived here long and those who have served on the commission and various other town committees. That being said, I have also lived here long, and I've also served on the Planning Commission, the Historic Preservation Committee, and the HAB, and various other committees. None of that should have any influence on the decision that you make tonight. When I look at this door, it's a beautiful door. It's a historic door in the sense that it came from Mexico and it's 300 years old, and that it was installed in another house that was not in the historic district. What we are looking at tonight is not whether this door is better than the door that was originally approved. I don't think there's any doubt with anybody that the door that was included in the original proposal was not consistent with the Tudor architecture. I'm not sure how it got approved. However, that doesn't mean that the only option is to approve this door. It's beautiful, it's hand carved, it is not historic to the neighborhood, it is not being preserved in the house where it was originally built. It would be wonderful if the Wassermans could install it someplace within their house so they could appreciate it. But it is not consistent with the Broadway neighborhood. There are no such doors like that there. Yes, there are many doors that are similar wood doors. There are lots of doors, and the example that the project's architect showed that would be consistent with the Tudor style of the home. And that, I think, is what needs to be considered. And, you know, I appreciate everybody staying and talking, but I don't think that the issue that should be addressed is being addressed. And I probably could, and I think I'm the only person in the world, aside from Susan Burnett, who thinks that way. But I've read everything, and that is the conclusion that I have based my decision on, based on the criteria in the residential design guidelines for homes in historic districts. I'm sure I'm not convincing anybody. I'm sure it's going to be approved, but I think the other side needs to be stated. And I also apologize to my friends, Marcia, excuse me, my fellow previous planning commissioners who supported the project. I think they speak brilliantly. They speak better than I do, but I don't agree with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Do any commissioners have questions? I saw Ms. Armour had her hand up. It could have been about 3 minutes, but it also is very close to 11 o'clock, and so we have to vote to continue.
We have until 11:30 before a continuance is required, so you can continue to work for another 15 minutes.
Okay, all right. So it was just about the 3 minutes. Okay, all right. I don't see any more commenters from the public, and so we will go back to the applicant.
Chair, well, for a moment, we
sorry.
did have someone else from the public raising their hand, but they have.
I saw that.
Yeah, Shaw.
Okay, so I haven't, we haven't officially gone to that as far as having Mr. Wasserman come back. So go ahead.
It is late. I've been listening to the whole thing. I really appreciate what's going on. I've lived in Los Gatos for the last, my wife and I, 27 years, and actually lived not too far in the first 2 years on Main Street. And we walk, now we live near the Los Gatos High School. We walk, not every day, whenever the weather permits, right on the Main Street to go to Bachman and walk there. So I'm not a technocrat. I don't understand a lot of the technical details you guys are talking about. But I do appreciate the door. I've walked by that a number of times to just see it again. There is well, I'll tell you how I feel when I walk in Los Gatos. It's very historic. It's a gorgeous town. I've lived around many places in the world, but I love the town because of the nature, what you all have created. It's just magnificent. So when you say historic, what does it mean? Is it some technical data that you have in some book or guidelines? You can have 100 guidelines to say no and 100 guidelines to say yes. What impression that I get, how do people feel, people like me, who don't know much about architecture, how do I feel when I walk in the historic part of downtown? I love it. This door adds to it because it also brings back memories from my home. My mother, my grandparents have a 300-year-old house, and there's a door just like this in that house. So it just brings back memories too. So what does historic mean to this committee? I'm not sure. But please, I think I enjoy walking by that road. I love to see the door. Security, everybody's been so eloquent. I don't know what else to add, but I just love it. And I really appreciate all the work you've done to keep Los Gatos the way it is. It's a brilliant town. Thank you. I think I've said enough.
Well, thank you for your comments, Shah. Do any commissioners have questions? I'm not seeing any, but we thank you. So is there anyone else that would want to speak on this item? Okay, and we only hope that you guys will come to the housing element meetings and the general plan meetings going forward. Okay, so let's go back to the applicant, Mr. Wasserman, and you have up to 3 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, Chair, and everybody else. I'm going to take the high road and respectfully disagree with what Commissioner Burnett came back on to say. Everything I said was on tape. Number two, I want to thank Commissioner Raspy for his question. And if anybody else has any questions, I am here. My architect, Bess Wiersma, is also here. I would just ask the commissioners to look at code sections 29.80.290, of which the door meets all the qualifications, doesn't do anything adverse to the neighborhood or the house or the style or anything else. Also 29.80.215, if you want a second section to quote in your motion. I respectfully ask that the motion be made to grant our appeal based on these facts, this information. And through the chair, I still have a minute or so left. I wanted to turn to my architect, Bess, if that's all right with you, in case she has any professional comments to make about the style. Is that it? Permissible?
Then that is perfectly fine. It is your time to share with anyone on your team. Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the listening to all of the feedback today from neighbors. I wanted to address the specific comments related to the door does not specifically meet a Tudor or Tudor revival style. And while the door does have a Mexican heritage, so does Los Gatos, interesting side note. But I wanted to address the overall character and aesthetic, material quality, hand carved quality, etc. of the door. All of those points absolutely meet the requirements of being harmonious with the Tudor door style. I think that, you know, when we go to HPC and we work on designs, nothing becomes so expressly specific, especially on a new build in a historic district, because there isn't anything on a house that we're trying to actually preserve, mimic, or rebuild. So one could also argue that the rafter tails, the gutter detail, the window mullions, all of those are in keeping with the intent of the desired architectural style, while they are not specific historically to perfection of said style. And I think we have to look at intent, and I think we have to understand that we have to be able to, as a community and as a commission, be able to forward move architecture in the spirit of the intent rather than is it actually from the Tudor era of Great Britain.
Thank you, Bess. And I don't know if you can hear me or not right now, Chair. Thank you. I know
I can hear you. We can hear you.
I know we only have a few minutes left. My time is up, so I'm going to stop. I want you to be able to get to whatever motion you need for further business.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've gotten lots of great information from lots of people, including yourself and Ms. Morsima. Do any commissioners have any questions of the applicant before we close the public hearing? I'm not seeing any, so thank you again.
Thank you.
And so now I will turn to the commission and to see if you have any additional questions for staff, have any comments on the appeal, or are ready to make a motion. Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Jana.
Thank you. I think that if our guidelines and standards are leading us to deny someone from having a 300-year-old door that's been part of their family for 50 years, that they've had marriages in front of and all of these major historical life events, then something is deeply wrong with our guidelines and standards. And I really, really think that it would be unfair to deny them of being able to have this. And I do think it matches the neighborhood well. It seems that it's pretty much not bothering anybody. It's certainly not bothering any of the neighbors. In fact, they clearly love it and they clearly love their neighbors, which I think is great. And it does add history to a property that's been deemed non-historical, which I think is actually really interesting and something to consider. So I feel strongly that we should allow them to have this door. They clearly care a lot about it. And I think that it is very attractive and fits with the neighborhood and the home well.
Thank you very much for your comments, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I would agree with Commissioner Clark's comments. Clearly,
this is a new build house, and I'm not sure why it went back to historic preservation for a decision about the door. But I do understand the comment that the architect made in the sense that the bulk and the heft of this door is consistent with the Tudor style. So I could make a finding that it is consistent with its own style. And it certainly doesn't detract from the historic neighborhood in any regard. And another thing, similar to what Commissioner Clark is getting at, that you can give a new home its own historic story to the extent that it could be a stopping point on the historic homes walking tour that exists for Los Gatos is pretty remarkable. You don't often get to introduce such rich history into a brand new build. So I'm in favor of approving the appeal.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I am also in favor of approving this appeal. I think that I think that I really appreciate all the public comments, and I know this was a long meeting and the people were on here for a really long time. So thank you. And like Chair Hansen said, please come to some of our other meetings too and provide input. But I do think that, like, for me, I do think that I can make the required findings, and I'm very comfortable with doing that and granting the appeal. And I just think that it does meet our residential design guidelines. It's unfortunate, like, the way that this happened with regards to this project was approved and then the door came into play later, and that timeline is unfortunate. I know that a while ago we saw something that had come from HPC that was something about, like, the siding. This was like years ago now, something about siding and making changes to siding, and the project, like, was no longer in compliance with the residential design guidelines. And I feel like this does not qualify. This is, like, not in any way similar. I know that not that I'm comparing, but from my past experience of these types of appeals, this seemed very straightforward for me. So that is all I have to say.
Thank you for that. And I was going to say, I very much concur with everything that's been said, especially Commissioner Clark's comments, which is that that there must be something wrong with our guidelines when we have a new house being built within a historic district and that wants to put in a historic door. And, absent the timing of when the thing came through, and now that there's more information that's come in, clearly there isn't any opposition from the other people in the historic district. So I think, and we have documentation now that says that the store is historic. It seems silly that we should have to go through this long of a hearing about something like this. So Commissioner Raspy.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to support the appeal for all the reasons that have been stated, but I wanted to flesh out a couple of other points just so that they don't get lost in the discussion, not for this case necessarily, but for other cases. So, for instance, one of the points that was raised repeatedly during the discussion was that this is a quote unquote historic door, meaning it's old. HPC and during those discussions, we often see newer materials introduced into historic structures, and that by itself isn't a disqualifying feature. Oftentimes, new technology is better than the old. It mimics it. It looks like the old structure, but just because a product is new doesn't necessarily disqualify it from being present or appropriate on a historic home. So I just wanted to clarify that, again, just because something is old doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate in every single structure. Indeed, it's got to fit the style of the home. And this home, I think, by applicant's own admission, is a Tudor style home. Now, is this door appropriate for a Tudor style home? I think the applicants made some persuasive arguments that it might be. I think we can all agree, if this was a Mediterranean or Spanish style structure, we wouldn't be having this discussion. I think this would have sailed through staff probably and wouldn't come back to us. But because it doesn't exactly fit the style of the home, I think it raises an interesting discussion, the discussion we're having here tonight. So the section I think that mandates our discussion or guides our discussion is 29.80.290, in which the application can't be granted if the proposed work adversely affects the architectural characteristics of the home. And I think that's a valid argument to be had. My opinion is that this door doesn't make that adverse reaction to the home. I think it adds to it. Again, I don't think it's a perfect fit for a Tudor style home, and I think that's why we're having this discussion. But if we're balancing and making judgment calls as to what is the overall beneficial effect of this door to the home and to the neighborhood, I think the weight goes towards allowing the door to be permitted. So I would support the appeal.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. And that was very well said. Vice Chair Barnett.
I join my fellow commissioners in wanting to grant this appeal. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is that the door isn't terribly obvious. It's recessed quite a bit from the front of the building, and I agree with all of its attributes and contribution to the historic neighborhood, but I think that it doesn't stand out as something that is a major feature of the house. So I could support the motion and make the findings and considerations. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas.
I think we're approaching 11:15. So should someone make a motion to extend the meeting time?
I'm going to ask staff if I think we're about ready to finish this item. Should we do that and then
That would be fine. That's fine.
Okay. All right. I think we can do that. So,
Make the motion.
yeah. So we're going to finish this item and then we'll decide on, continuing the meeting.
Okay. I mean, I can make a motion on the item too, if
Go right ahead.
you want me to? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I move to approve an appeal of a historic preservation committee decision to deny a request to modify the previously approved front door on a new single family residence located in the Broadway Historic District on property zoned R-1D LHP. And I can make the findings that the project is in compliance with the residential design guidelines for single family residences located in historic districts.
And what about the consideration of 29-80-290?
I can make the required consideration that it of section 29-80-290 that we can consider that it meets the architecture design and does not adversely affect the exterior character or other features of the property, etc.
And then CEQA doesn't apply. That's the only other. I think that's the only other thing you have to say.
And CEQA does not apply.
Okay. Commissioner Clark, is that a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay. I think we've had plenty of discussion on this, unless anybody wants to bring up anything else. Okay. So let's take our roll call vote, and I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett. Yes. Always. Okay. And then I vote yes as well. It passes unanimously. And staff, are there any appeal rights for this action by the Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair. The decision of the Commission can be appealed to Town Council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 2910-020 within 10 days on forms available online with fees paid. Final deadline is 4 p.m. on the 10th day. And I would ask now that you consider a motion whether to continue the meeting past 11:30.
Okay, so so commissioners, as you know, this is a long agenda meeting, and the item we have a couple of things left to cover, and one of them is a fairly big one, which is the recommendation about the housing element, whether or not to adopt this housing element and forward that recommendation to the town council. And I'm not sure that we can put this off to our next meeting because no, right, yeah. So I think we do need to continue the meeting. So do we need to like vote on this?
Yes, my understanding is we need a motion, a second, and a vote.
Okay, so Commissioner Janoff.
I move to continue the meeting. Do I have to say to a specific time? Should I say 1 a.m.?
It's fine to say to continue the meeting past 11:30 until the agenda is complete.
So moved.
Okay, and second.
I second it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Burnett. And let's see, any discussion? No. Okay, so let's just take our roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy?
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So we do have authorization to continue. Do you have your hand up again, Commissioner Thomas?
Yes. Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes, exactly. I was going to suggest that as well. Let's take a 5-minute break since we have to talk about the housing element. And then we have other business to finish up and the reports and stuff. So we will go ahead to item 5. And item 5 is to consider and make a recommendation to the town council on the draft 2023 to 2031 housing element, location townwide general plan amendment application GP-22-003. And who's doing staff report? I guess Ms. Shupin, because you have your camera on. Is that right? Who's
Erin
doing this?
Walters.
Miss Walters.
Oh, Erin. Oh, and you have your camera on too. Sorry. So,
Great.
my apologies. Late hour. So.
Well, thank you so much and good evening, commissioners. The town of Los Gatos is required to adopt an updated housing element for the period covering 2023 to 2031 by January 31st. Starting in early 2021, the town worked diligently to comply with state law with the goal of adopting a housing element prior to January 31st. The deadline is outlined. It's outlined in attachment 3 of your report. Under the Housing Accountability Act, Bay Area jurisdictions who have not adopted the housing element that is in substantial compliance with the state law by January 31st could be required to approve a residential development, even if it does not meet local general plan or zoning regulations. This is known as the builder's remedy and has been in the Housing Accountability Act since 1990. For a project to utilize this, it must be a residential development that proposes at least 20% low-income units or 100% moderate income units. No applications under the builder's remedy were submitted during the 2 previous housing element cycles when the town missed the statutory deadline for adoption. Staff fully recognizes that this current element housing cycle is unlike any past cycle, and any jurisdiction that adopts a housing element later than January 31st could be subject to the builder's remedy. And on January 20th of last year, the town council recommended that the current version of the draft housing element as submitted to HCD on October 14th be considered for adoption prior to the statutory deadline of January 31st. In addition, the town council recommended that the site's inventory of the housing element utilize the minimum density, requiring additional sites to be added in order to comply with the town's RHNA and required buffer. The primary purpose of this item tonight is to provide a recommendation to town council on whether or not to adopt the draft housing element, which is found in attachment 1, with the revised sites inventory analysis, exhibit 4, and revised site inventory form, which is found in exhibit 5. The next steps to complete the goal of adopting the housing element that is in a substantial compliance with state law by the statutory deadline is for town council to consider planning commission's recommendation on the draft housing element at a special council meeting on January 30th. The town expects to receive a comment letter from HCD actually tomorrow, which is close to right now. Once the HCD comment letter has been received, a draft memorandum in response to the HCD comment letter illustrating how each comment has been responded to and how it is in substantial compliance with state law will be prepared for future review by the HEB. And then based on that review and recommendation by HEB, a revised draft will be submitted to HCD. Subsequent review by HCD will take up to 60 days. Based on HCD's second review, it is possible that additional revisions may be required before HCD will certify the housing element, which means Planning Commission, Town Council hearings for adoption for the revised housing element would need to be conducted again. There was an addendum circulated on Tuesday with the Planning Commissioner's comments, and this concludes staff's report, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your staff report. And since 3 of us, Commissioner Janoff, Commissioner Thomas, and I are all on the Housing Element Advisory Board as well as the General Plan Committee, I think Ms. Walter and the staff report kind of went through this, but as should have been clear from the report, this is not intended as a detailed review of the housing element draft. This is more of a go, no go thing to prevent us from being subject to the builder's remedy. And we've, as noted by Ms. Walters, we fully would anticipate to make quite a few revisions based on the HCD comments. So I will go and ask if any of you have questions for staff. I do, but I wanted to see if any of the rest of you do. Commissioner Chanoff.
Thank you. Yeah, a question for, I understand the process. I understand what's happening. Two questions. One for staff. I understand that we received verbal comments. Do you have any indication based on the verbal comments that our draft general plan is not in substantial compliance?
The verbal comments we received was that there's additional work to be done, but the term substantial compliance was never brought up or discussed. It's really to add to what we have.
Did you get the sense from that verbal communication that we weren't on the right track, that we weren't, okay, all right. I know you didn't get that kind of feedback precisely, but I was just curious what the sense of the conversation was from staff's point of view.
So we can say that we had one meeting. We didn't receive any fatal flaw comments, but again, we have not received the final letter. And again, we anticipate that hopefully by tomorrow. So from what we've learned to date, we have not heard that.
Okay. So a second question, if I might, for our town attorney. Would you please advise the Planning Commission as to your opinion, why it makes sense for us to proceed with a recommendation for adopting the draft in advance of the certified housing element?
Yeah, it's definitely a policy decision, but the recommendation to do this is based on the fact that the deadline to have an adopted housing element is January 31st. And after that date, applicants can use the builder's remedy to submit an application that would not be subject to the town's planning requirements. And added to that recommendation is the fact that the town has the ability to amend the housing element after it's been adopted based on feedback that we get from HCD.
So this is not a kind of tricky workaround the deadline. This is a reasonable approach to meeting the deadline with adopting a draft, understanding that there will be revisions coming following HCD's comments.
Yeah, the recommendation is based on the fact that the draft housing element is very close. And so it seems as if we would need to make, it's possible HCD will recommend some minor changes and the town would make those minor changes once we have those recommendations in hand.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. My first question for staff is where will we be able to find the letter when we get it tomorrow?
That's an excellent question. Thank you for the question. It will be posted online as when we receive it. It'll be available to the public. It will be on the town's housing element website, dedicated website, as well as our webpage.
Okay, thank you. And Joel.
I'll just add that we'll also actually directly send it to town council and planning commissioners as well.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Very exciting. We've been waiting for this letter. I know.
Go ahead.
My other question was related to just the procedure for making changes. So obviously, if we forward this approval, it goes to town council. You explained that. If we have to make changes, will those changes go back to Housing Element Advisory Board, then to Planning Commission, then to town council? Or is that the order that happens?
I would ask either Ms. Armour or Mr. Paulson to answer that.
I can start by answering that if the Planning Commission makes a recommendation tonight or early tomorrow morning on this and it wants to include some recommended changes, that is something that can be done. But it also is possible that comments will be shared tonight for example, those that were included in writing in the addendum, and that those will be taken into consideration when we return to the HEB for their consideration of additional changes in response to the HCD letter. So if you choose as the Planning Commission to include modifications as part of your recommendation in this meeting, that could be part of the recommendation, but it also could just be general comments that we would consider and bring to the HEB for their consideration and recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I'm not planning on making, I don't feel like there's any major necessary changes. And I understand. I guess what I'm asking is if this gets approved before January 31st, but then we do need to make changes based on our HCD feedback, that then it goes back to HEB, then back to us, that's the order we have the changes need to be approved at those three levels. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, the next steps would be to go to HEB and then to submit that revised document to HCD to see whether it has addressed their comments and whether they can now certify the housing element. If it is certifiable, then it could be then forwarded to Planning Commission for consideration and recommendation to Town Council.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that was still happening. Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, Commissioner Jan, I did want to ask a question before I go back to you. So, as a preface statement, we had the Housing Element Advisory Board back on December 1st, and this is for the benefit of everyone in the commission and anyone watching, was able to review comment letters that came from HCD to other jurisdictions, for example, Saratoga, but there was probably 8 or 9 different jurisdictions, and to get an idea for what we could expect from HCD. And I bring this up to ask the question of staff. When we looked at this stuff on December 1st, it seemed like one thing was very consistent is there was definitely modifications that have to happen, but I didn't see in any of the comment letters where HCD said you have nothing, that we could never go and certify it. It was wanting modifications versus start, scrapping something and having to bring something anew. And so based on the conversation that you guys had in December on the phone with them, did you hear anything that would lead you to believe that we hadn't followed the process properly, or was it more like we're going to have to put a lot more detailed information similar to what we saw in those comment letters? So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I would say our verbal conversation with the HCD reviewer really mirrored what many of those comment letters the HEB reviewed in December. And it really was just the information is there. However, we may need more narrative to describe it, more local knowledge, more data to back that information up.
Okay, good. And so that's kind of where I'm seeing that, where we are right now is that there's going to be a lot of changes that'll happen after the 31st, whether this is approved or not. And this is sort of a stopgap thing to get, bide us some time until we can get this certified. Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest that, and I appreciate the comments that Vice Chair Barnett has offered. And I am thinking that rather than forward those changes to council with our recommendation tonight, that they stay with the general comments so that they go back through the process that Commissioner Thomas clarified, so that we can consider those comments with a HEB and then on Planning Commission, and then to take it through that process of modification if that's acceptable.
I think that's a good suggestion, but let's see where other comments go. Commissioner Thomas.
I Agree with that. I think that's a really good idea. If Commissioner or if Vice Chair Barnett is like comfortable with that feeling like they're, we discussed or addressed them enough. Because we are going to have to go, like Keeb knows that we're going to have to go back and go over and make modifications and recommending adding more detail, as Ms. Shootman said. So I think that's a good idea. I think that's a way to make things more efficient and streamline the process.
So Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. I first want to thank the members of the GPAC and HEB for the tremendously wonderful job that they've done. I've read through the entire document. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to monitor the hearings of HEB as they progressed, but it is a magnificent document, and I'm sure we're going to get final approval down the road. In terms of my recommendation, I'm certainly comfortable with it being considered at any point that it's easily addressed, and I'm certainly mindful of the January 31 deadline. But I did have one other suggested change that I haven't yet submitted, so that would also be in the way of a recommendation for consideration down the line.
Okay, so it's not a fatal flaw that would stand in the way of being able to consider it in compliance.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely.
Okay, all right. And we're talking about it in compliance with the process that the state's outlined for doing the housing element. Ms. Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Before the Planning Commission gets too much into discussion, I did want to suggest that we open up for public comment if
Fair enough,
questions of staff are complete.
Do other commissioners have questions of staff, just in terms of process or procedure before we start to talk? And by the way, we will not be going through the entire document. So it'll be more like general questions. Okay, nobody else has any questions, so let's do that. We will do verbal communications. And so any member of the public is invited to speak on the housing element. And we do ask you to limit your comments up to 3 minutes. And it looks like we at least have one person whose hand's up.
Yes, thank you. It looks like Rigo Gallardo, you should be able to unmute now. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Rigo Gallardo. I'm a representative from Carpenters, Local 405 for Santa Clara County. I'm speaking on behalf of approximately 39,000 union carpenters, men and women across Northern California, including 18,000 Santa Clara County residents and members. Today, I'm here to speak on area labor standards, ones that include a livable wage, healthcare, apprenticeships, and local hire. A livable wage with medical and retirement benefits that allows workers and their families to live in the communities they work in. This also means those wages will be reinvested back into local economic community as they spend their earnings. And their tax dollars will help fund local schools and government. A commitment to accredited apprenticeship programs to guarantee we will continue to have a trained, skilled, and experienced workforce that is able to complete high-quality projects in a safe and timely manner. Healthcare is vital in these COVID years, and having healthcare for families is a big necessity. And I believe if you work hard full-time, you should have access to healthcare from your employer. Being able to work where you live as a local hire allows you to spend more time with your family and being more involved in your community. My question to you is, what are we doing to implement these area labor standards in our upcoming projects? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The way our verbal communications work is we don't normally answer questions if you have them during the verbal communications, but I don't know if staff wanted to add anything to that.
No, but we can answer questions during the discussion.
But if any commissioners have questions for Mr. Gallardo, we can do that. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gallardo, for staying up late and coming to speak on stuff that is important to us. I just wanted to ask if you had any specific requests or anything to do with the decision that we're going to be making tonight about that housing element, or if your comments are more just general about some of our policies that we're dealing with in town right now.
Just the policies.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
And thank you. And just know that all your comments are noted and will be circulated to the places that can help. Okay, thank you. And let's see, we have another speaker, Ms. Quintana.
Wow, thank God this is the last item on the agenda.
Can you speak up a little bit? I'm not hearing you very well, but
yeah. Okay. I find this process rather difficult because it feels like we're making comments based on a moving target, which makes it very difficult to make comments. But I do want to make some so I'm going to focus my comments on the implementation section, and I do want to make a few comments. The implementation section has over 60 implementation programs. And it seems to me that there are at least 8 items that are subject to the use of BMP funds. There are also at least 5 items that have to do with rehabilitation and repair. There are other groups of items that have to do with outreach to the public and outreach to the development community. It seems to me that as a user-friendly document, it would make a lot of sense to revise the organization of the implementation section to focus on areas of common concern rather than having rehabilitation issues spread out throughout the document, stated in slightly different ways to meet slightly different policies, but essentially they're all the same. And I think that's really important. And the one other comment I would specifically make is that Habitat for Humanity is mentioned in the implementation programs. I would ask that you ask the council before they keep specific mention of Habitat for Humanity, that they verify with Habitat with Humanity that they are willing to participate in rehabilitation programs and repair programs in Santa Clara, in Los Gatos, given the fact of the result of their participation in the Ditto's Lane project. It's my understanding that Habitat for Humanity has decided that it won't touch anything in Los Gatos in the future. Those are my comments for now.
Okay, no, that's good information to follow up on. And as with the general plan, we had a lot of implementation programs in the general plan, and so getting them in a good organization so that people can work for them is a very good suggestion.
Do I have any time? Do have one more thing to say.
Oh, do you have more time? Okay, yeah.
I would like to say that also in the implementation section that I think it needs to be more specific about what we're trying to accomplish, not just rehab this and rehab that from this organization and that organization, but the actual number of rehabs that we're aiming for. The same thing with the BMP funds. It seems like we don't have that large a pot of BMP funds that it is large enough to stretch over 8 different programs. And I think we need to have more specific statements of what the objectives of these programs are and what we intend, the objectives, i.e. what we intend to accomplish by them specifically.
Okay. Ms. Armour, you have your hand up to tell me that the 3 minutes are up. Okay. Is that right? Okay. Well, and it looks like Commissioner Thomas has a question for you.
Hi, Ms. Quintana. Thank you for staying up late and offering some input. Would you be willing to submit a list of the categories you feel like the implementation program should be clumped into to the town so that he can explore that when this goes through the process of the modifications?
I will be very honest with you. I have a terrible problem with putting things in writing, and it is almost to the point of being disabling. And I think I went through the implementation programs and just looked at where the funding was coming from and what the topics were, and could easily identify numerous things. I will try, but I don't think it's my responsibility to do that.
Okay, so you just feel like your opinion is just that it should be organized in a different way. You don't have like an ideal structure in line, just that it needs to be organized in a way that.
Well, I'm giving you 2 examples of specific categories, or 3 examples of specific categories that they could be broken down in. There are probably other categories that would need to be added to that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I think, just like giving staff and our consultants a little bit of an idea of the direction that you were thinking about would be helpful. But yeah, no, I agree. That's not your responsibility. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Quintana? All right, thank you again for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about the housing element? Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So we can go back to the commission. So our objective is to make a recommendation to council. We have only 3 people out of 7 that have been on the housing element, and this is fairly complicated. So I wanted to see if anyone had any questions about the process or the document that would help you to make a recommendation. Because what we're looking for is there any fatal flaws relative to thinking that this thing has most of what it has substantial compliance with what is needed for the state. All right, I don't see anyone with any questions. This is like any other hearing though. So if there's questions for staff, that's good. If there's comments. So if you have comments that you'd like to make on the housing element and what we're trying to do with certification, this would be a good time to do that. And I don't think we're quite ready for a motion, but maybe Commissioner Danoff.
Thank you. Having been involved with the process gives us a little bit of an advantage because we've read every word and gone through that drafting process. But I would like to say that what I believe we are being asked to do tonight is forward a recommendation for town council to approve the draft. I think that I could find that our draft is in substantial compliance. There was a great deal of work by staff, by consultants. We've got public comments. We followed the guidelines that the HCD had provided. I think that I can confidently say that this draft is in substantial compliance, having worked on it, not having received any comments back, but I think that there's a fairly low risk in our making this recommendation to council. We can anticipate that there might be changes coming as staff has indicated, but I would not expect those changes to substantially alter the draft that we have before us, such that our recommendation would be hollow. So I very much would support making the recommendation that to town council that they approve this draft and the associated documents.
Thank you, Commissioner Janoff, Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Burnett.
I agree with Commissioner Janoff's comments, and as someone that has been sitting on the Housing Element Advisory Board, I actually wasn't at the meeting where we approved this, but I did look at all the feedback and was keeping up, and I do think that this needs to get forwarded. My main concern, and I'm really happy with the process, that we would be able to modify anything that we need to, concerns that come up related to HCD and certificate, like official certification or not, or acceptance by HCD, I guess. What I really, though, am most concerned about is us missing the deadline. As my time on the Planning Commission and on the Housing Element Advisory Board and the General Plan Update Committee. Sorry, it's late. And I really just feel like it's really important that we meet this deadline. I attended a couple of online Zoom meetings and information sessions about the builder's remedy, and I know that it hasn't been used or that much in the past. But I went to some Zoom sessions on some things, and there are contractors, people, and a slew of lawyers that are really, really, really ready to jump on using the builder's remedy to get projects pushed through, like on February 1st. And everything is very organized and lined up with a lot of different organizations, and it's like heavily supported by a lot of people at the state level, I think, because of the housing crisis. So I just think that from my experience on Planning Commission, on Housing Element Advisory Board, and the General Plan Committee, I know that the towns, like the people that live in Los Gatos, a really, really high priority is maintaining local control over what gets built where. And if we don't certify this, we're going to lose that control. And so I just think that that's something that's like really important. And I was pretty surprised at how organized some of these groups are with being ready and having the resources to really like use the builder's remedy to get some projects through.
And without local control. Yeah.
Without, and I guess that's like that's the most important part of it. This builder's remedy is there's just we would have no say, like Planning Commission and Town Council and town staff would have zero say, and essentially in what would be built. And so we would just lose all control, local control, essentially. And that I know is really the last thing that a lot of people in town want.
Yep. Thank you for that, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, hi, good evening. Been an interesting evening. Anyway, yes, I do agree with Commissioner Janoff and Commissioner Thomas. I believe this is a good document, and I would definitely be for it and sending it back to the town council. And I also like the idea that two new sites were added, which would help maintain the arena plus a buffer. So I think would be the correct decision to send it back to the town council as it is. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Commissioner Clark.
I have a question and then I can make some comments, but I was wondering how much money is in the Town Affordable Housing Fund and the BMPP funds, because I had thoughts similar to Ms. Quintana's about those being applied to a lot of programs, and I was wondering what those funds look like.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. So I don't have a number off the top of my head, and there's been some shifting with some of the funds relating to the Ditto's Lane project. That was about 1.2 million. So I would assume it's probably somewhere in the range of about 2.5 million currently.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe that's something for the town council to consider, is just whether that is sufficient for all of the things that we have them allocated for. I don't have any concrete changes that I'm going to recommend tonight. I just have a few things that I'd appreciate being included in comments to the council when it's reviewed, or to the re-review by the Housing Element Advisory Board in the future. But yeah, so I think that there's a lot about preservation and repair and stuff of apartments and things like that. But a big problem that I think we all see on the Planning Commission is the constant loss of starter homes in our town. So if there's a home that is relatively affordable, maybe is 1 or 2 bedrooms and is 1 story and kind of old, it gets bought by someone who has the money to afford it, and then gets turned into a really big home that from then on nobody will be able to afford. And so we're losing places that people can buy when they want to go ahead and purchase their first home. And so I'd like to see something about preservation of starter homes included. One idea that I have floated around is something like, if a family buys a property, they aren't allowed to demolish the home within their first 5 years of owning it or something, so that people with a huge amount of wealth don't buy a tiny home in order to go and demolish it. But yeah, just in general, something along those lines. And maybe like policy HE 4.4, which is naturally occurring affordable units, because that's kind of an example of that. Also, there's not an implementation program for policy HE 2.2 housing vouchers. And I think Section 8 vouchers are really important. And I really liked seeing that policy in there. But without an implementation program, nothing really concrete around it will happen. So I think we should have an implementation program related to that policy in Section 8 vouchers. For Program D, the North 40 specific plan, there's an increase in the max density. And I think that we should include an increase in the maximum height as well, because with the first section of the North 40 that people are pretty upset with, the height restriction is definitely part of what made them more expensive. I know from speaking with the builders of the complex, and then also part of the reason why it's not aesthetically pleasing to a lot of people, because they built as high as they could and then couldn't really add any shape at the top or anything. So those are the comments. I saw you all taking notes, so thank you. I appreciate it.
No, those are very good comments. And I don't know how much of the housing element you got to read, but I mean, and the devil's certainly in the details, but one of the major goals in the housing element is preserving the existing housing stock. So to me, that would be like a very important detail that we need to have covered as part of that goal. And the policies that tend to be, fairly high level too. Sometimes they're specific, but the implementation programs is where we would have a lot more details. So thank you for those very specific suggestions.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to add on to Commissioner Janos' comments that I feel very comfortable that we're fine. And I felt even more comfortable after, even though I've been through this document a million times, after I read the staff report, because the way I was looking at it was, it's not all the way in the details about like what density do you have on what site. It's the process that we went through, which is, one of the things that we had to do in this housing element is add in affirmative fair housing. It's a new law in California. And so we have a consultant, and the consultants worked on that to make sure that we've incorporated all the appropriate language for that. We have to have the site inventory, that part is done. We have to have goals and policies that would lead us to being successful in meeting our RENA. And so, the way I really think this will end up happening is once we get the comment letter from HCD, and that's why I asked about the comment letters, comparing this to the comment letters of the other jurisdictions, is it was very clear in all those comments that what they really want is, don't just say, I'm going to make affordable housing happen. I'm just using it as an example. It would be like, well, I'm going to take these steps to make this project happen here, or this kind of project happen. And so, that's all the stuff that we would think would come from HCD. But I feel really comfortable that we went through this whole process, that we have a good site inventory that can potentially produce the RENA, and that we have the right kinds of goals and policies, and it just needs to go to the next level in terms of detail. And I'm going to guess that when we see HCD's comments, it'll be pretty much like that. And there's certainly some modifications that have to happen to make sure we're in compliance with state law, because they keep changing. But those are all modifications. So other thoughts from the rest of the commission? I mean, if you don't have any other concerns, we could try a motion and see if we're there. And if not, we can keep talking. Commissioner Raspy.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any particular concerns. I've read the document, and I think you're right that devil's in the details, that there's a lot in there, and I'm relying heavily on staff and the highly qualified members of this commission who have spent countless hours on it. I think you've done a fantastic job. So I'm comfortable that this document represents our best current efforts and is suitable to go forward. I'm also uncomfortable in the knowledge of the downside of, if we don't move forward, what the risks are. And so I think it behooves us to recommend to town council that we forward the recommendation of approval of this newly revised housing element update.
Well said. Thanks. Commissioner Janoff.
That sounded like a motion.
It is now.
If it was, then I'll second that motion.
Do you want that to be a motion, Commissioner Raspy?
Sure. Do you want me to make it a little more formally? If you
Sure. Why don't you go ahead? Yeah.
I move that we provide to town council a recommendation to adopt the draft 2023/2031 housing element as set forth in Exhibit 1 to our staff report, with revised sites inventory analysis as provided in Exhibit 4 and revised sites inventory form as provided in Exhibit 5.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Second, Commissioner Janoff.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote? I don't see any. Okay. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that passes unanimously. And since this is a recommendation, I'm just going to clarify with staff that there's no appeal rights, since it's a recommendation to town council.
That is correct.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right. We're getting through this. It's only 12:08. We have not that much left to go, but we do have to move to other business. And our main item in other business is to elect the chair and vice chair for 2023. And so I get to make the nomination, and you're all welcome to make your own nomination if you would like, but I'm going to be nominating Vice Chair Barnett to be the chair of the Planning Commission this year. He's been serving as vice chair for the past year. He's also been chair of the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. And he and I have been participating in all of the prep meetings, and he is very thorough and has a background as a lawyer and is always looking at the right findings and keeping us on track. And I think he'll do an excellent job leading the Planning Commission through this year. So I nominate Vice Chair Burnett. Do I have a second? Commissioner Janoff.
I'll second the motion.
And just to ask, is there any other nominations? All right, good. That's good. Okay. Any comments? All right. So we do roll call vote. And I will start with Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Yes, thank you.
and I vote yes as well. So now we have Chair Barnett. And so from here on, Chair Barnett will be leading the meeting, including the election of the vice chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner Hanson, you've been demoted. My first act as chair, I wish to nominate Mr. Raspy as vice chair of the commission for the forthcoming year. He has graciously agreed to accept that role, and I would be looking for a second and any other nominations following the second.
I second that.
Thank you. And do we have any discussion? Seeing none, I'll proceed to the roll call and commence with Commissioner Henson.
Yes.
And Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes, thank you.
and I vote as well. So the motion passes unanimously, and we now move
You
on.
forgot Commissioner Barnett or Burnett. So
And I vote yes.
Oh, she seconded, yes. Thank you very much. So we now move on to the report from the Director of Community Development. And Ms. Armour, are you going to present for the Community Director office today?
That is correct. I'm pleased to say I only have two things to share this evening or this morning. One is that the Town Council will be holding a special meeting on Tuesday, January 24th at 7 p.m. to discuss strategic priorities for the next 2 years. And as previously discussed this evening, the housing element will be scheduled for a special meeting of Town Council on the 30th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions by commissioners for Ms. Armour? Yes, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. What time is the special meeting on the 24th?
Both of those meetings are at 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, now we move on to the agenda to the subcommittee reports. And in addition to serving on the Planning Commission, each member serves on a committee, one of 3 committees, and they are the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, which is now the Housing Element Advisory Board, and the Historic Preservation Committee, also known as HBC. And I can say that there's no report from CDAC for this meeting, and ask if there's a report from HEB or HBC.
none for HEB.
And none from HPC.
Okay, so we'll proceed further with commission matters, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Melanie Hanson, our former chair, as for all the good work she's done in excellent guidance to the Planning Commission over the past years. We very much value your deep experience with the Planning Commission issues and knowledge of the ordinances of the town and the policies and policies of the town as well. And I want to note that you have guided us through many difficult and complex issues in the past year. And we appreciate that you have guided us with your background as well as your diplomacy and tact. And also you have treated the public, the fellow commissioners and the staff with great respect, which is very much appreciated. And we're privileged to have you continue on the Planning Commission for another 4 years. And congratulations to you on your appointment. And finally, as I understand, you have completed 8 years of service, so this will take you to 12 years, which is very remarkable and most appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, and we look forward to your leadership this year as well. So.
Thank you. And I want to welcome Commissioner Burnett on her appointment to the Planning Commission. She's deeply woven into our community and brings much experience as a member of the HBC. And I know that she's deeply committed to the service on the PC. And I also want to extend my thanks to the commissioners who are returning for their time and contribution to the Planning Commission last year and going forward. and your deliberations and decisions have contributed to the improvement of our wonderful town. And finally, but not least, I want to thank the members of the staff for their hard work over the past year and for their professionalism, which are very much appreciated. And we look forward to your assistance in the coming year. So are there any further commission matters that commissioners want to bring forward at this time?
If I could, I just wanted to thank everyone in this commission. It has been such a joy to be chair of this commission. I mean, we have such wonderful people. And, you know, when I was reapplying to the planning commission, I started thinking about it. I was like, you know, like, why do you want to do this? I was like, you know what? It's been such a great experience to be part of this organization and also the general plan committee and and now the housing element. And the greatest story has been actually working with the high caliber people that I've been able to work with in this capacity. So I appreciate everyone. And I especially want to thank staff, because staff, especially with the housing element, lately has really guided us through this whole process and brings us documents that are like 90% of where we want them to be. And so we just have to make edits. I mean, it's been fantastic. So it's been a great year and I'm looking forward to more of that. So.
Well, thank you for that. And if there are no other commission matters, I'll call the meeting adjourned. Oh,
sounds good.
Ms. Armour has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair Barnett. I just wanted to check in. You had expressed an interest in sharing the new subcommittee assignments this evening. It's not required, but I wanted to check in whether that was still of interest before we close.
That is. So I wish to announce the committee assignments for 2023 that I've made. They are Commissioners Raspy and Burnett to the Housing Historic Preservation Committee, excuse me. Commissioners Hanson, Janoff, and Thomas to the Housing Element Advisory Board and GPAC, and Commissioners Janoff, Clark, and myself to the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. Thank you. There's nothing further now. I call this late meeting adjourned.
All right. Sounds good. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Bye, everyone.